It does, because he has also reported that the Labour Party is 10 points ahead in terms of approval. PNP disapproval rating is 47%. JLP 37.
Mm-hmm. But the party standing is not showing that. The party standing is the what most persons are going to look at.
Yeah, but you have to roll them in together, because it's not only one part of the poll you're looking at. You're looking at what is the poll suggesting. You're looking at the picture.
But neighbor, that will even bring more clarity to what I'm saying. If we're 10% point edge in terms of party approval, in terms of approval, how comes not even 1 point we don't get now in the party standing?
Well, Canty Dawson?
Yes, I'm here.
You are the statistician. Why wouldn't the party have picked up a couple points if the other party is losing points?
We have to remember that a large segment of the voting population does not show up to the polls, and to me, it makes sense that the undecided.
I disagree with that.
But we have very low voter turnout, Lashika.
No, I disagree with that.
That the voter turnout is low?
Yes, I disagree with that.
Wasn't it around
for many years? For many years, our voters list has been packed, and has never been cleaned up.
Oh, make him land and Lashika, you will my finish answer.
Well, I mean, if what you're saying is true, then I really can't do nothing about that, That's for the government to sort out.
No, Canty Dawson, neighbor is asking you why hasn't the governing party pick up any points?
Right. So my theory is the undecideds were able to make a decision a few months ago. Oh, yeah. So yes. Scratchy your background.
Oh, sorry.
No problem. The undecideds were more comfortable making a decision, because I think the undecideds make up a large segment of the population, because of the constant accusations being launched by the PNP against the JLP, right? Even if they are not true, because they were able to repeat them so much, it eventually became true to these undecided voters and made them more comfortable saying, you know what, there's clear and present corruption in the JLP, I will vote for the PNP. But these accusations fell flat because there was no further inquiry. Nobody was arrested. The accusations went nowhere. So now they're back.
Brown, please do not call my name. I don't like you. Don't call my name.
So we ended up back where we started, where yes, there were accusations, but nothing developed from them, and the undecideds are now scratching their heads going, wait. So there wasn't really this corruption that Marky G was talking about. Otherwise, somebody would be in jail. Somebody would have resigned. Something would have materialized from them. And they are now back into the fold of undecided. So that bump.
But Canty Dawson, the same poll in Madana, the poll even said that that majority of the person didn't care about the corruption. They didn't care about the high seed or nothing.
The same
Dana, the poll said that.
I didn't hear that part, because then I don't.
Yes, the same Dana, the poll said that.
Exactly. So I tell you, that's why I said to you guys that the voters list has to be cleaned up, because we have dead people on it same way. We still have people who migrated on it same way. So these things need to be addressed, right? I think Rhoda made a point the other day when she was on the live the other night. Scratchy, you and I was there, and she said one thing that we can do to get accuracy is to have people pick up their voters card, just like what other Caribbean islands do. And I think that was a very good idea, right? So we can know the accuracy of people who are interested in voting. I think that
Lashika, what would you say of those who would say, but you guys accepted Blue Dot's numbers? Why?
I accepted Blue Dot numbers because the person who was presenting the polls, she gave a very detailed explanation of how they conduct their polls. They said they used GPS tracking. They said they did follow-ups. They said they were able to have pictures, right? So these are the things. And again, who sponsors your poll is very important. And I would go with Blue Dot just for that.
Then Scratchy, same question to you. What would you say about to those persons who said, you know, let's just take the polls for what they are, the positives, the negatives. Let's not cast any aspirations, any doubt on the polls themselves.
I mean, we have two different polls, neighbor, so there gonna always be some form of doubt and comparison. And persons will agree with the Dan Anderson poll, persons will agree with the Blue Dot poll. Again, JLP supporters might say, all right, yes, the Dan Anderson poll is more rare. And PNP supporters will say that the Dan Anderson poll, the Blue Dot, the Dan Anderson poll, but to what Lashika said earlier.
Yeah.
With the explanation that we got, the explanation that we got from the Blue Dot people.
Design though, Scratchy, where here you have the Labour Party 6 points ahead 2 weeks ago. And in 2 weeks, the PNP is 5 points. It almost looks like something orchestrated.
Yes, because with the Dan Anderson poll, they are coming from a 9-point lead. So it would be very difficult for him to cut that 9-point lead.
And there is no way the PNP is 9 points ahead in Jamaica. No way. Oh, Scratch is gone quiet. Scratch is gone. Scratch is gone on quiet. Scratchy, come up back, man. he's on.
Third term.
Sorry about that, neighbor. Yes, I'm
Hold
saying.
Hold on, Scratchy. Hold on, Scratchy. Hold on.
Active and third term.
The third term is on.
Active and stronger third term is on.
Well, my producers are liveling up the show. Yes, Scratchy. So how are we going to move forward as a small democracy, Scratchy, where we're casting doubts on the polls. And to small Jamaica, we can't poll 3 million people.
I think we can, but I think again the manipulation and the politicking and the politicking is at play in these things. Again, we have posters who are not credible. Dan Anderson has damaged his credibility over the years so much. As I said, neighbor, I was speaking with a member of the People's National Party, and that person said to me that he feels the Jamaica Labour Party strength on the ground, and he said that it is impossible now for Dan Anderson to come and say the Jamaica Labour Party is in the lead after a 9-point lead for the People's National Party. But my thing is, the Jamaica Labour Party has not picked up not even 1 point after the PNP lose 4. So that 4 percentage point person, they went to the undecided. That is telling me that they don't see the Jamaica Labour Party as an alternative either.
But then, Scratchy, there are positives in this poll for the Labour Party, though, you know, because they picked up 0.2% of a point. They are more popular as a government, and the PNP is stalling while they are at least at a snail's pace gaining something. So wouldn't you say that is a positive? Scratchy gone. Can't it also
That's a positive, neighbor, but what I am looking at is the 4 point that the People's National Party lose. That 4 point, majority of them does not see the Jamaica Labour Party as the alternative since they went into the undecided category.
Yes. And can't it also can the polls be wrong?
Can a poll be wrong?
Yes.
For me to know that, I would have to see their entire methodology if they've broken any of the rules. But given that they are so close to each other, I am comfortable giving them the benefit of the doubt that they are correct. Because remember, there is a margin of error.
Close to each other. What
The
do you
Don
mean?
Anderson and the Blue Dot.
Huh?
The Don Anderson and the Blue Dot.
Some aspects of it is going into total opposite direction. So I don't understand. And the poll was wrong 2020, 2016 as well. So even him himself was,
2020?
yeah, even him himself was surprised. They were
Right,
wrong.
but for the 2020 globally, it was the most difficult year to accurately poll.
Yeah, but
the
what about
majority of
2016?
elections.
What about
Cantido,
2016?
son. There's a
What's
post
up?
out of Trinidad who predicted the 2020 polls. He did it very well. He did it also in 2016 as well. Then Anderson went to St. Lucia and
Bill
threw a whole
Johnson.
St. Lucia government.
Mm.
He did it in St. Lucia. He did it now in Jamaica again, over 3 different times. Dan Anderson is manipulating data. We don't need glasses to see that.
Okay, so let's say Don Anderson is manipulating the data. It would be very easy to prove if somebody wanted to put their resources towards that, right? If the JLP, let's say, is so confident that Don Anderson sets his polls in such a way that whoever is paying him will get the beneficial result, it is a simple setup to prove him wrong, to prove that he is in fact corrupt.
How is it done?
Well, it take a little trickery, but you would come and propose a poll from the other side, give him the money, and then propose a similar poll from the opposite side of that again, right? And if he produces contradicting results that says A is the better one, and then for the second poll paid for by the other person, he says B is the better one, he would have ruined his reputation. I hope I explained that clearly.
Oh, no,
But,
I don't get that Cantido.
okay, let me start. Let me say again. If Tom and Jerry in a race and both of them hire Don Anderson, and Tom say, run this poll for me, and the next day Jerry say, run this poll, and Don Anderson releases a poll for Tom and it says Tom is going to win, and he then releases another poll for Jerry and says Jerry is going to win, clearly, it can be clearly demonstrated that Don Anderson
You're saying the Labour Party should hire Don Anderson to do a poll?
if they are so confident that he can be paid to put out a poll in favor of the payer, then they could easily tie him up. Easily.
Yeah.
We have seen the Jamaica Labour Party done their own internal poll, and we have seen Blue Dot poll, and we are now seeing Dan Anderson poll. Remember, Dan Anderson, Jamaica Labour Party has a 10-point favorability rating, but yet still, the PNP has managed to lose 4 points, and the Jamaica Labour Party hasn't picked up not even 1 point. It is not connecting. The data are far off.
Facts. What facts have you have for us today? Facts.
Yeah, but not here, man.
Facts.
Yeah.
Don Anderson is reporting a 5% lead for the PNP. How you see it?
I think that's misinformation. Cause like the poll that Blow that released last week, it was like 6-point lead, right? And then within a week or two, they lead him by what is it, like 5 points up? So I honestly, man, I don't even know what to say about that poll. It kind of tricky to me because there's no way them can get so much points within a week or two. So
No. They haven't gotten so much points in a week. You know, they are coming from 9% in September. The PNP had a 9 percentage point lead in September, according to Don Anderson. They are now down to 5%. Did you hear the reports? Huh?
Honestly, to me, personally, honestly, I'm not really taking polling up personally. I'm not really polling accurate to me personally. Whereas if I use a picture of 1,500 people, that to me that not really. So me honestly,
What's the margin of error, neighbor?
At 2.5. 2.5%, scratchy.
what me want really ask you, neighbor, is the part of the poor where them say about rich and poor, you know. And that I really want to talk about because that not add up. Because the Labour Rights or the JLP have a track record of helping out poor people more than PNP. So that agenda that PNP for provide more for poor, I really honestly, I don't really know where it come, but I think I just misinformation. So, you know, that I really want to kind of address.
Ah boy. You don't think that you are going to be criticized for, you know, accepting one poll and rejecting the other? You don't think that argument holds? Or should we just leave polls out of the discussion?
We have seen it clear, neighbor, where one poll was more scientifically driven, that in the Blue Dot poll. I don't know the methodology behind Dan and this poll. He hasn't come out and explained his methodology like how Blue Dot came out and explained their methodology to us. So I don't know what is driving this Dan and this poll with this result, but I'm saying Dan Anderson has put himself in a spot over the period of time. We have seen all the polls that he conducted for PNP show them in leading by massive points as well. Now, coming down to this final leg of stretch from January to February, again, the same time within the Blue Dot poll, Dan Anderson went into the field. It's a total different ball game. He said that the Jamaica Labour, the People's National Party, lost 4 points. That's understandable because we have talked about it over and over, neighbor, for the past couple of weeks that the PNP have stalled. We feel it on the ground. We see it on social media. We know that that is a fact that they have stalled. My concern is with the stall that the PNP have stalled, neighbor, the Jamaica Labour Party hasn't gained one of those points. And that is telling me that persons don't see the Jamaica Labour Party as the alternative then. Since the 4 points that the PNP has lost, those persons have gone over the undecided.
But couldn't they be in a wait and see, you know, kind of a move?
Wait and see. A lot of people.
Yes, but what gave them?
Such a one question, but since Dan has been doing poll, have he ever said that the Labour Party is leading in any of these polls before? We really have to have a, because
he gave them
all of the poll him have PNP a lead. So something not add up.
I think at some point, at one point, Danielson was the main person that we looked to for these polls. And then we started having other polls come in. The Jamaica Labour Party, for a good while now, has stepped away from Dan Anderson. We were using this guy out of Trinidad. What's the name of that guy again in neighbor?
I think it's Ramasoon.
Yeah, Ramasoon or something to that sort. And that guy has predicted over the 2016 election when everybody doubted us. That guy told us that we were going to win the 2016 election. In 2020 election again, that guy predicted the sweep. So I said this, and Dan Anderson wasn't picking up these things. Dan Anderson wasn't picking up these things. Most of Dan Anderson polls are commissioned by the RJR Communication Group, which is also a biased entity towards the governing party. So we don't know the message that these guys are trying to send to us, but it is clear as day that data is being manipulated at the Dan Anderson side. I cannot understand, neighbor, how come you're going to give a person a 10% approval ratings point over a person? You're going to say that this party is better at providing jobs for the economy, but yet still the opposition lose 4 points, and yet still the governing party hasn't gained one single point. Those 4.5, so the 3.5% of them went over to the undecided.
Yeah, but as Omar is saying, scratch that. Even if the polls are accurate, because as I pointed here, if the elections were held on the Don Anderson poll, the best the PNP could do is 8 seats, which would still put them 10 short.
To that extent, what you're saying, yes. So again, neighbor, I'm not gonna stress it or try to put any doubt in anyone's mind. Again, it's just a snapshot of the moment. So I'll give Mr. Dan Anderson. He put his poll out. I don't know his methodology, so I just have to work with Dan Anderson poll. But I know the real poll is on election day. What Dan Anderson come with, I know most persons are definitely not feeling that on the ground. So we just have to see. We just leave him to election day. We will judge and see.
Mary's online. Mary, do you want to make a comment? Mary? No. Mary? Is she muted? Yeah, I think she's gone. So County Dawson. County Dawson, you gone? I don't know what is happening. Fax, you there?
I think as we get closer again to the election, more polls will be commissioned. So
Yes,
we will compare those with this again.
Scratchy, I really want, and neighbor, I really wanted to ask Kenty Dawson a question, like putting the two polls together based on the information that he has, what he really makes of the data. You know?
I'll jump in. Just give me a minute. 1 second. Sorry.
Yeah, what is a signal that is being sent on the ground? Putting the two together.
That's it?
From his from your perspective, yeah.
So normally in situations like this, sorry, I just run up some stairs. Globally, what you do is not usually rely on one poll, and I am glad that the blue dot poll now exists, because in any election, sorry, may I catch my breath? Yes, in any electoral battle, they're going to have polls with varying degrees of accuracy, and what is usually done is an aggregate poll, which is really just taking all of the results from each poll and finding the average, and that would bring you the closest to the truth on the ground. And the truth on the ground would remain the JLP is comfortably ahead.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking as well,
Yeah.
because when we do put both of them together, we're seeing the lead of the JLP. It doesn't matter which way we want to take it, whether it's by a small margin or by, I wouldn't say a large margin, but maybe a little bit, mean margin. Then,
But he says comfortably. County Dawson, what does comfortably ahead mean?
Well, you just said at this point there were 8 seats available for the PNP. Should the elections be called today?
Using the 5% lead that Don Anderson has.
Right, and if you use Blue Dot, which had a larger margin of victory, right? So maybe Blue Dot said the Blue Dot result indicated what again? That JLP had more favorability and the like, higher standing.
Yeah.
6 points ahead. A 10% lead in terms of likability.
Right, which would mean if the elections were to be called right now, the maximum the PNP could hope for is 8 seats.
Mm-hmm. And next thing that we have to look into, and it's very important. As I've always said, the JLP has not started campaigning as yet.
Yes.
And this is why we have said that the PNP has reached its peak and can't go any further. That is my observation.
I'd agree.
Also, when you look at leader versus leader, even with Dan Anderson poll, it is saying Mark is still at 18%, if I remember correctly, right? When you look, Andrew Holness is leading him by 10 points. So when you look at some of the key and critical things, when the data is broken down, it is basically saying 10% here and there. We're seeing it being over 5%. And I think, as I said, that is a comfortable lead. And I would agree with you with that.
Yes, because I still hold on to my theory that they were only able to capture these undecideds, able to form a sustained corrupt, brogad, corrupt, IC report, even if it was not true. It was able to sway some people who like to sit on the fence.
The undecided, let me tell you what I think about undecided in Jamaica. They don't understand the importance of politics.
Most people don't. A lot of people are what they call low information voters.
Yes, and let me tell you something that happened yesterday. Day before yesterday. I went to the polls in Canada. And
Vote for Ford?
you're crazy.
Okay.
Crazy.
Okay.
Lashika, it's not done
Yes.
for the dog food. I vote dog food, Lashika. What are you saying?
You're crazy. Anyhow, I would be voting for corruption. Anyhow, there was this guy there, collected his ballot and ready to vote. And they were like, he was like, who are these people? Who are these people on the vote? And, you know, and they were like, who are you talking to and whatever. And they explained to him and say, you know, he's like, they explained to him who is he voting for and, you know, based on where he lives, etc. And the man said, I thought I was voting for the premier. I thought I was voting for the premier. And he did not vote. And he did not vote. So it's not Jamaica alone. It is that is happening. No information vote, as you call it, Cantidosan. It happened worldwide.
Yes, I know.
Worldwide.
Yeah.
When we look at America, it's the same thing that happened. 92 million people stayed away from the polls. So we tend to argue all the time, maybe just like Jamaica is isolated, but we are not. We are not. Things that are happening in Jamaica is happening worldwide.
Yes, so good afternoon to those of you who are just joining. We are here discussing the latest Don Anderson polls that came out on the RGR website, which suggests that the PNP is slipping, and the headline says that the JLP is sluggish, according to Don Anderson. For those of you who did not hear the report, here is it.
When we did the poll in April, they were 7 percentage points ahead. This was increased to 9 percentage points in the September poll. So the trend favored the People's National Party during 2024. In fact, the momentum was with them until then. In the last 4 months, however, they have not been able to continue that appeal. It's interesting to note, though, that against the background, this fall off in voter support for the People's National Party, this has not gone to the benefit of the Jamaica Labour Party. Instead, the number of people who are uncommitted has increased, whereas the Jamaica Labour Party support has moved from 30.2% in September to 30.7% in the January-February poll. 32% equally said they would vote for the People's National Party and the Jamaica Labour Party on the basis of tradition, whereas 16% said they would vote for the People's National Party because we need a change now, and 16% said they vote for the Jamaica Labour Party because they believe they would better manage the country.
And neighbor, not to cut a neighbor, you raise a very valuable point that I'm here looking at. And I think as a pollster, Dan Anderson should have made that point very, very clear to the citizens of Jamaica and wider.
Actually, hold on. Can we add Chavi? I don't know if he wants to come up. Because Chavi was looking at the poll.
And the wider society, neighbor, in the sense that he should have, just like how Blue that go through their poll point by point and give the info and everything, I think Dan Anderson should have made it clear that despite the 5% lead that the People's National Party is having right now, it wouldn't be enough if an election was called today to give them only 8 seats. And I think just like how you break it down a while ago, neighbor.
Well, I think that is for the analysts to do, Scratchy. People like Kevin O'Brien, Chang, Canty Dawson. Canty?
Mm-hmm. But neighbor, you notice the difference in the Blue that poll, how they break down their poll? Just look at how she talk about that poll. She go in details.
Canty Dawson.
I'm here.
Yeah, look at the numbers for me and tell me if I'm correct in terms of the analysis of seats. While Rig Trigger comes in. Rig.
Good morning, good afternoon.
The Don Anderson polls are old. What do you make of it?
I've not really seen it, so I'm just listening to the analysis that you guys are making of it. But from a layman point of view, listening to what you guys are saying, is that the PNP is stepping backward. Even though he classifies the JLP as being stagnant, I do not clearly believe it, even though they say numbers never lie, but I'm not clearly believing what Don Anderson will say, because I am actually saying that he's being more political in how he displays his numbers, that he should show his findings as against what is really on the ground, because and he's not as deeply analytical. Also, he's not as deeply analytical as how you see Blue Dot went out there and show me where the Labour Party is leading by parish, and where it is at a tie and where it is below water. The other thing I also find with it is that his numbers seem to be off, but we're gonna take a deeper look at it, and then as the program goes on, I'll tell you express why I think his numbers are off. I yield right now.
Great. Travi?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Travi, do you think this is a credible poll?
Dan Anderson?
Yes.
Dan Anderson polls are always, one thing. They're always one thing. Hypotheses. They're always, created or put out to create a certain narrative.
Well, what do you say, Travi, to the person who is listening and says, "Hey, come on, man"?
I personally don't think they're accurate. The gap between the PNP and the JLP is much wider than he's trying to portray right now. Like I said, it is just set to give them some hope, some false hope.
You are saying that
and I say this. Hold on, hear me out. And I say this because in 2016, just before the election, days before, Dan Anderson gave Mrs. Simpson Miller what would I call it now? Double-digit lead. She has lost and in retirement. Nicola, just give me 1 second. I soon talk to you. And then for 2020, it was the same. Days before the election, he gave Peter Phillips double-digit lead.
No, sir.
And we have seen where they have gone into retirement.
Travi, Dan Anderson never gave Peter Phillips a lead in 2020.
Days before the election, he says that he has edge in front. For real, no joke.
Lashiga?
And if you check, all right, let me give you more of his history.
Who said it was neck and neck?
Which small island, Ingo?
I believe St. Lucia.
St. Lucia. And it's the same thing. He's a pollster for hire. That's what he is these days. He's a pollster for hire. He already made his name, did the hard work, made his name, and now he's trying to make money. It's not making his name anymore. But that's my personal view. And even if it was neck and neck, as somebody suggests just now, 49-14 isn't neck and neck. I don't know. That's just my opinion.
Could I just make a little point here? I'm reading part of the. I don't know if you have read it because I joined late. So let me just make a clarity on that. But I'm reading this part of the analysis. In the latest RGR commission done on this poll, 35.4% of respondents say they would vote for the PNP as against 30.7% for the JLP. That part of it kind of threw me off because if you have like say a 5% difference of who would be willing to vote for, I've not completed it unless those people say yes, I'd vote for PNP but would not vote. You know what I mean? I don't know. As you say, Travi is a poster for hire, so I don't know. Moving on, boss.
Travi, what the part of the poll that we were looking at where he said Jamaica Labour Party, this is good news for the Labour Party or something along that line. What aspect of it again?
I believe it's where he's compared to last September. I think he had a 57% disapproval, and now they have a 47% disapproval. Instead, that is good news because the number came down by 10 percentage points. You know, me personally, not buying nothing Dan Anderson has to say. He has proven himself to be a pollster for hire far too many times.
So Scratchy, are you ready with those numbers, Scanty?
I'm sorry, what numbers was I supposed to prepare?
You are to look at the 5% lead and tell us how many seats the PNP gains with that.
Hold on. I don't think you're on the same page. The 5% that they've projected to have lost? What
They're
are
ahead.
No, the
They're ahead
5%
by
lead that the PNP have, he's asking that how much seat would that turn out for them?
Oh, okay. No, I'm not in front of anything to be able to do that quick digging. Sorry.
No problem.
Chavi, my issue with the poll, Chavi, is
Here in the man.
the PNP has lost 4 percentage points, and the Jamaica Labour Party don't pick up one of those points, Chavi, with all the momentum that we have gained.
Just keep calling it out. It's clear for as day for everybody to see. If we'll take
That
the
is
time
my issue.
to just look at it and see the irregularities that exist in this poll, we know what's going on. You understand?
And again, Chavi, despite the poll saying that we have a 10% favorable ratings over the PNP, the people of Jamaica think that the Jamaica Labour Party is better at doing with giving jobs, but yet still the PNP lose 4 points and we don't pick up one.
All right. You see, even that you just mentioned, they think we are better at providing jobs and all of that, but they think PNP can.
Travis gone. Go ahead, you here, Scratchy. I'm trying to find something here.
I think we just have to wait and see again. Blow that will be going out in the field in the next 2 months again. So by about April to first week of May, we're supposed to see an next poll from Blue Dot. Hopefully, Dynamics will be also going back out in the field again. It's an election year. And I think the Jamaica Labour Party will be asking the same poster from Trinidad to also commission a poll. That will be also made public. So I think we will have 3 polls coming in the upcoming months to compare and see where we're at. But right now, I think that honestly is doing no good to his credibility. It damages credibility so much that it's very hard for us to believe these numbers. Again, I believe it's Rick Trigger said that they say numbers don't lie. And I think that honestly is trying to contradict that. I've always believed that honestly was a leading poster in Jamaica over the past couple of years. And he has damaged his credibility so bad, even with the People's National Party internal polls that he gives them. They're always sending out manipulating numbers. We saw a person from the People's National Party come out and say it, that these polls were manipulated and these are polls that were done by Dan Anderson on behalf of the People's National Party. This poll here is commissioned by the RGR Communication Group, an organization that supports the opposition party. Can we believe these numbers? Can we really and truly believe these numbers? What is Dan Anderson really trying? Is he trying to keep the field level, make it feel like there's a dead heat and build up the momentum for the opposition?
Yeah, I try to give them hope. I try to give them hope, as I stated before. But one thing's for certain, people, we must admit that the real poll is on the day, and that's the one that will matter.
Absolutely. So all this noise that we make on social media, if we can influence people who are in the middle of the fence to say, look, vote for the JLP, engage them and all, and get them into vote, because the ballots in the box, that's what matters most. You have a hardcore PNP base, we can go. You have a hardcore JLP base that will go out there, but we need to go to the people who are on the fence to say that, look, come on, guys. These are the proposals and the policies of the Jamaica Labour Party. We cannot turn back. We have to continue. And in a Jamaican parlance, we can buy putting our back up till now. We don't know where we are going with the PNP. Simple as that.
Yes.
Can we safely say then, take the good out of the poll then, can we safely say then that the PNP is peak and buck?
Well, as I said, as I have been saying, there is no compelling narrative in Jamaica for change. Well, I don't see it, and I talk to people every day that there is no compelling narrative in Jamaica for change. But I think there is something that I pick up on the ground, and that is that people are finding it a little difficult to survive, and then they're not sure what is happening, and many blame the government, or they think the government can do something about it. And this is where I think the PNP's message has to be looked at, because if you get enough people to feel that, something can be done about it, then those persons are probably going to be supporting the opposition.
And
I have a problem with that.
Yes.
My problem, I don't know, probably me cut off from society. But we use this term regularly, the regular man. What is the regular man doing? The common man, correct. What is the common man doing to improve their own life? There is so many opportunities in Jamaica today. No. What are you doing? Okay. For me, anytime I am not doing anything, I like to do, well, if I'm not working, I've always decided that I am going to study, right? If you are sitting at home and the government said, okay, I am going to give you $60,000, $67,000 to go out and elevate yourself, what is stopping you? What the next thing is, I was talking to a young lady the other day. She's full of qualifications, master's degree, everything. And her problem is she was suffering, but she didn't want any kind of job. At one point in time, she said, I don't have any food in my house. I sent her a flyer. She said, oh, I was in that industry and I don't want to go back in there. So is it that some of us are choosing to suffer?
I personally agree. I agree with you 100%, Ashita. I agree with you 100%. We have seen so many places. Persons tell me that there are so many places in Jamaica with signs saying that we need employment, we need workers. Persons are not taking up those jobs. Persons are trying to go over the board. Persons want big tapanari's job. Persons will have to understand that half a bread is better than none. And this notion again, neighbor, about life is hard. Jamaica is a country that depends heavily on remittance. You have fathers overseas who are sending back money for their kids to go to school. You have mothers overseas and cousins and brothers and grandparents. I think they also realize that there's a cut in it. If they used to send 1,000, they realize that they start getting 800. So I think they can understand that this is not just unique to just Jamaica alone. Whatever is going on in Jamaica, we are feeling it worldwide. Everyone is feeling it. And I think persons in Jamaica are getting to understand that.
I think we need to dig deeper when these persons come to us, right? When these people come to us. One thing I know, and this is from my own experience, I never got to where I am today, sitting down and say, oh, that salary is low, so I'm not going to take that job. My job that started paying me, well, I want to say, but my second job that started paying me my lowest salary, or it wasn't even low because I was earning over minimum wage at that time. The experience and the growth that I got within that organization, I wouldn't trade it for the money when we were getting a different organization.
Exactly.
You know what that did for me? That allowed me to go and sit into other interviews, negotiated my fringe benefits and my salary. Because I was going with a wealth of knowledge. So I say this to people all the time. There are things that money will never be able to buy.
I am starting to step away from this whole notion about the common man, neighbor. We talk about this the other day. Who is the common man? What are the characteristics of a common man? I am starting to step away from this notion of, is the common man someone who is unemployable, or is the common man someone who can get a job but don't want a job? Those are the things that we have to ask ourselves. Who is this common man that we keep referencing to? This is not reaching the common man. It's not trickling down to the common man. Common man has to go out and reach it. It's not gonna come all the way to
Scratchy,
you.
have you ever seen a picture on social media with a lady who showed where she started as a janitor and now she's a CRN in America,
No, I didn't see
and
it.
that is a certified registered nurse or something like that, but she went from a janitor to that position.
Exactly.
So most time ambition do it. Government, there's nobody we may ever see where them sit down at them yard and look out through them window, move them curtain and an opportunity come and say, see me here.
Uh-huh.
Never.
Lashika, my grandmother that
I
thought that
was-
she always tell me, Lashika, she always say, go and sit down and think, I go and sit down and wait for man to fall out of the sky.
Nobody is coming to save you. Nobody. You have to save yourself. Nobody now come save you. No day, no time.
You know what I find. I want to take topic to talk about that most people don't want to talk about it, but it's a topic that it resonates with the argument that you guys are on. These people call themselves common man and expect you to pity them all the time. When the truth of the matter is all of us got the same start. And when you try to tell them that, hey, pick yourself up and go on and go do what is necessary to put yourself in the position, they make the excuse that, oh, and everybody fit for this and everybody fit for that.
Listen to this.
I heard the word poor is defined like this, P-O-O-R, passing over opportunities repeatedly. Passing over opportunities repeatedly. And you might say, Terry, that's just it. I haven't had any opportunities. But here's the deal. Every day is another opportunity to get up and invest in yourself. Read the books, listen to the messages, turn your car into a classroom, right? I heard the word poor is defined like this, P-O-O-R, passing over opportunities repeatedly. Passing over opportunities repeatedly. And you might say, Terry, that's just it. I haven't had any opportunities. But here's the deal. Every day is another opportunity to get up and invest in yourself.
Passing over opportunities repeatedly, Scratchy. That is what she said poor is.
And I agree.
You know, I was going to say something, Scratchy. I was going to say something, but I think somebody came in. I don't remember that Travis Scratchy, and I was going to say that my doctor in Jamaica has been my doctor since I was 17, and she said something to me. She said, preparation. There's nothing called luck. It is preparation that meets opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
And that never leaves me.
Mm-hmm.
That never ever leaves me. And you know what that does for me all the time? Every time I am feeling any type of way, I said, okay, I need to find something constructive to do. Anytime I feel bored, I find myself doing something. You know what I am here reading now? The rights and responsibilities of the Jamaican citizen. The Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedom, Constitution Amendment Act 2011. That's what I'm sitting here reading. Because oftentimes we sit down and we say, oh, my rights, but what are my responsibilities? That's what I'm doing now because I felt a little bit bored when I initially came on. So I'm here reading and talking to you guys at the same time.
All right, come with responsibility.
Right.
Yes. Foresight, good afternoon to you, sir.
Good afternoon, how are you?
It's a bonus show on this Saturday. But while we were on, we got news that the Don Anderson polls came out showing that the PNP has a 5 percentage point lead over the Jamaica Labour Party. How do you see that?
On the Don Anderson, no surprises. The Don Anderson poll, the PNP hired Don Anderson to do a poll for them, so I'm expecting that the poll will show that PNP is leading. PNP.
To be fair, it is the RJR Gleaner poll though.
Same thing, same PNP. Yeah. I'm not surprised. Over the years I've noticed a trend with Don Anderson. He usually put the PNP ahead, and when it comes close to an election, then he corrects it. So I'm not
it's a
surprised.
dead heat.
Yeah, I can't recall any poll that Dan Anderson has ever done that would have said the JLP was leading. I can't recall it.
In a country with a voting population of just over 1 million people.
No, 2 million.
Voting on the voters.
Voting population is over 2 million neighbors.
Are they on the voters list?
2 million persons are on the voters list of our neighbor. The local government election had 2 million persons on the voters list.
Great. All right. So foresight. How is this going to play out in the body politics, in the discussion? Will it just add to the confusion, the propaganda? One pollster 6 percentage point for one party, the other pollster 5% for the other party. Where is the middle ground?
Well, I mean, I'm not counting Danan's poll any at all. So, I mean, we have seen that the Danan's poll over the last few elections, he has been very wrong. I think Bill Johnson got it. It's not first that we have seen this. We have seen where he was polling the PNP to be ahead in the past, and Bill Johnson had polled the JLP to win, and the JLP won that election, right? So I don't count the Dan Anderson poll because I am convinced at this point that Dan Anderson is a PNP pollster, right? And would have seen many elections and election outcome that can substantiate that. I mean, Dan Anderson has always been saying the PNP is winning, right? And the PNP would have lost in elections that he predicted a PNP victory. So I don't count the Dan Anderson poll.
My understanding, foresight, is that the party looked at the blue dot polls, that's the PNP, and realized that they were in a bit of problems. So they are adjusting their strategy to target the seats that blue dot showed that they are close in. Do you think that this poll is going to give them the impetus to, the bandwagon effect that polls tend to create? You think it will have such an impact?
Yeah, that's the intention. I think it's just to give the PNP some confidence. Yet, and that was my next point. That it's just a manipulative strategy. Just to
publicity. Does this have a wider audience rather than the blue dot? Because the blue dot, anything I noticed, I have not seen the blue dot poll in any of the other media.
Yes, but the blue dot poll, based on its track record in the last, I think maybe the last 2 or 3 elections.
Say four.
Yeah, but it's
I don't know how many
It's been around that
whether
long.
4 or 3, but
I don't think
that
that
has
been around that long before elections.
These results will be on the front page of the Gleaner tomorrow. The Sunday Gleaner.
Yeah. So in terms
and they're going to be on TVJ News tonight.
Right, so it gets the support of the main.
It has a wider reach.
Right.
Fake it till you make it, brother. Fake it till you make it.
But foresight and neighbor, not to cut, but to show you a strategy that is being played here. Which Gleaner is the most read? Which day have to beat the Gleaner is most read?
It's Sunday.
Okay, now do you expect? Everyone was expecting that these polls numbers were going to come out on Monday. Normally they wouldn't give us these polls.
Normally they put it out on a Sunday. Those scratch. The party standings normally come out on a Sunday. Historically, it is so.
I know that normally they would do is the weekend and then come back Monday morning, Monday for for headline news or something on the Monday news and give you the post. So again, the PNP person who I was talking with, we were anticipating that it's Monday we were going to get these numbers. We didn't know today.
This is not a new strategy, This is a strategy that the PNP has been using for quite some time. So, and that is why I'm not surprised. They do it all the time, right? And I can tell you, the blue dot poll, remember now, we're talking about, we're not only relying on mainstream media now and the newspaper anymore, because you have social media now. So would have seen the results of the blue dot poll all over social media, right? But and people know about the blue dot poll.
You saw foresight how the PNP use the Don Anderson poll. That's the one that they paid for to push their support and their supporters. Have you seen how they have done it?
Yes,
it's always the case of Jamaicans, you know. They done and the poll which had them 9 points ahead in September. Have you seen how the PNP has used that to mobilize, to generate support, to create a feel-good effect? Have you seen that?
Feel good, yeah, just to shore up them support, and that's what it is about.
So isn't polls a hinder to democracy, foresight? Do we need to call polls for what they are? A snapshot, not to be relied on. Because if a poll has a predictive capacity, in other words, a man can put out a poll 2 weeks before the election and totally dishearten his opposition.
Yes, but I think people are beginning to realize that the Dan Anderson poll is not credible now.
You know, sir, in the 80s and 90s, I saw in Jamaica how polls were used to discourage Labour Party supporters. You know, even when the parties were going into conference, you know, they would put out polls saying that the party can't win. You know, sir.
Well, it's the same old trick that is being used today, and we have to see for what it is. Yeah, because, and I wouldn't say that generally about polls, but I know for Dan Anderson's poll in particular is a poll that I don't really comment on much because I don't trust his polls really. It's a poll that I've seen him poll for the PNP. I've been seeing him polling for the PNP for quite some time now, and I know what his intention is.
I think that we as a society at this point need to leave polls alone. I really think that if we can't put trust in polls, we should dismiss them and just take them for what they are and focus on the issues, the ground game, and the real poll that is going to happen later on this year.
But you know, neighbor,
because in a society,
Dan Anderson goes closer. He will not report anything close to the truth until it's closer to the election.
Yes, I absolutely agree with you, foresight, because I've seen it before. Like for me, as somebody say he's for sale. So we say what makes the PNP feel good because so we're done on this and say, but then when you check their credibility record, his credibility record is found wanting because we have seen in many elections before where he's off target badly while other people are saying otherwise. Other reading findings are
this is just being used to lift the PNP spirit because from all indications, PNP spirit is very low now.
Yes,
you can see it on the ground.
Foresight,
right?
The timing of it. The Labour Party supporters are buoyed. I mean, you can feel that there's a positive. They leaked a poll showing them 5 points ahead. People took that for what it was. It's a Labour Party poll. But here you have independent Blue Dot coming out to say that the party is 6 points ahead. That has got to put the cats among the pigeons. And not only that, but when you look at the parish breakdown, it had over, even in Westmoreland, 36-27, in Portland 32-11, in St. Thomas 40-24, in St. Mary 37-24, St. Anne 32-26, Trelawney 40-36, St. James 41-20. The party was winning all the parishes. 1 week after that, less than 2 weeks, you have another poll coming out to say, no, these figures are not true.
Because we need to see that poll for what it is, neighbor. And the Blue Dot poll is more reflective of what we are seeing and feeling on the ground. The Dan Anderson poll.
Is that the Labour Party's view that this poll should be dismissed as
I don't think it's just the Labour Party view. I think anybody who have been looking or observing Dan Anderson's poll for quite some time, like over the past couple of elections, would understand that the Blue Dot poll has been more accurate than the Dan Anderson poll.
Why have we not heard reports of the Blue Dot poll on media in Jamaica? IRA FM,
Because the media who is supposed to carry that is not on the side of the JLP. They are not supporting JLP party. That's just the truth.
I hear nationwide reporting on the Dan Anderson poll.
They did?
Not in recent times, but they have carried it.
Okay,
but the same nationwide carries the blue dot poll as well. But what you won't find, you're not going to find the TVJ and the RGR carrying blue dot poll.
Yeah. They won't
carry the Dan Anderson poll. Yeah, and they will only carry the Dan Anderson poll when the Dan Anderson poll is showing that the PNP is ahead.
And foresight, to show you that whoever pays the piper call the tunes. Look at the American election, the 7 swing state. CNN had Kamala Harris leading in the majority of them. Donald Trump won each and every single one. It's all bias, I'm telling you.
I think right now Jamaicans should realize that Dan Anderson poll, you cannot rely on Dan Anderson polls. Based on he has been wrong, not only in Jamaica, but I think it was which other Caribbean islands?
St. Lucia
as well, right. So in terms of credibility and Dan Anderson poll, I mean, what better to judge by than his track record? He has not been accurate.
I want to say something as well. I just wanted to say
in the past couple of years, he has not been accurate.
Yeah. Don Anderson also does market research for the radio stations. That tells them which position they are in media, and that influences advertisers. You know that?
Yes.
If Don Anderson say,
Never my God, I didn't say I was in the box, you know. I'm so sorry.
Okay. So all of these media houses in Jamaica, they rely on Don Anderson to tell them what position they are in terms of viewership and listenership.
True.
Through his market research.
Okay, fine. Maybe he is correct where that is concerned.
Anderson can kill a radio station, you know. Anderson can kill a radio station in Jamaica, you know.
Of course.
Because if you put out say my radio station and have no listeners, no advertisers won't come. Won't advertise on it, you know. And this will pop up a radio station, you know, by just saying they're number 3 or number 4. Advertising dollars.
But you can't have a radio station that is going to show the ranking of radio stations. You can't have a radio station that is hiring someone to do a poll. You would have to have an independent body that does that.
Yeah. Because I'm
not going to hire a pollster to tell me that my radio station is the number 10 radio station, right?
But he does market survey for them. And I think the Press Association of Jamaica is the one that carries out that poll.
And question, neighbor, the blue dot poll that we have now, that we were looking at the other day, when was the last one? Was it the same period of time, January, February?
Yes.
And you notice the Dan Anderson poll, the last one was done in September, and they rushed to do this one now to try to come and counter the blue dot poll. Normally you do a poll over a year to corresponding period, to correspond over a year to see what the difference over a year. And you notice a big difference now. Dan Anderson is playing game, my neighbor. I'm telling you. I'm stifling out.
But I appreciate it because I know the PNP strategy so well. I know the PNP spirits are low now. You have a few polls that came out recently that show that they are like, you know, the JLP is leading. And I know that it was a matter of time before they would have come out with a poll to say they are ahead. But they are only ahead in that poll, nowhere else.
And foresight, I raised a point that I raised earlier on. People's National Party foresight, based on the Dan Anderson poll, lose 4 points. Okay? You see, of those 4 points, Dan Anderson foresight, the Jamaica Labour Party only pick up 0.5. Not even one of those points we don't gain. Can you believe that?
No, I mean, look here. I don't count Dan Anderson poll in at all. I don't look at it. You know, it's not a poll that, because I know the strategy that is being used. I do not even want to hear about Dan Anderson poll, to tell you the truth. It's not a poll that I listen to or I watch or I pay much attention to. Trust me.
All right.
And neighbor, look at the big media coverage that it's going to get in the coming week.
Which is what I'm saying, yes. Absolutely. It will be live on TVJ News tonight. And of course in the Gleaner tomorrow.
All the radio stations that is under the RJR Communication Group in the coming weeks.
Yes.
All right, let me just say this, if I may. It's not poll that wins the election, because what I notice is that we tend to be distracted by these polls.
Lloyd, is your first time up here?
No, it's still prime.
No, we're fully aware that we're fully aware of the whole understanding of the polls. We're just talking about the numbers as they come.
This is his first time under this name, but he comes up under a different name.
We're fully aware of the polls and the understanding that polls don't win and the poll is just a snapshot at the moment, but we're just talking about the numbers that are here now.
Yeah, I understand all of that, but you have to understand, you know, I mean, it's just all that you have to understand. We are in an election. The country's in an election campaign, and the opposing party, it's fair game to say that they will use whatever means at their disposal to, energize their base, their supporters, because I don't know if anybody is following what is going on in the PNP camp. They have problem in Region 3 where the voters in
West Rural.
Well, yeah, right where my lady there is.
John.
Yeah, there is problem there, and not just there. There is some problem in their camp, which you'll have to be close because if you were in certain circles, you'll probably know. But notwithstanding that, I think it is a red herring.
What are those problems, though?
But based on what I'm picking up, the voters are the people in the constituency. They don't really want her. Simply put, they don't want her.
And to add to what you're saying, it's not really the voters, you know. It's not the voters who don't want her. Persons within the PNP, high-ranking members, are saying based on the person who she is and what she has done to the PNP, there are more persons who are here waiting all along who should have gotten the candidacy over her.
Yeah.
And then just to add to that, I get to understand that there are some issues as well with some people in the PNP.
Silver Fox.
Planning to challenge Mark Gordon.
No, I don't think that, because Mark Gordon, they had signed something that no one can challenge the leader after a certain period. So I don't think that challenge can be done right now. And a challenge can only be done during conference. PNP conference is not due until about September.
Can beat Andrew, though. There are doubts among some comrades that he'll be able to beat Andrew.
Yes, definitely. There are some doubts about, yes. But in terms of a challenge cannot, they are sign off on something in the code of conduct and their committee that a challenge cannot come now to as a leader. And their next conference is in September. So that's when they will have to do the challenge.
They're not going to get into a conference before the election. So
yes, so they're not going to challenge right now, but there are doubts. There are persons who are not with his leadership skills. There are persons who are not with the idea that the party is going in. Persons who are saying the party need to talk what they are going to do.
Silver Fox?
No, sir.
I hear that donors, high-ranking donors, persons who normally donate and support the People's National Party are saying that the party need to come up with their plan. Yes?
Do you know Silver Fox?
No, I don't know Silver Fox.
Okay. Omalu is suggesting
I've come on before. Yeah, man, Silver Fox had come on before.
Okay.
I've heard you guys before.
Omalu is suggesting that Anderson don't do media survey anymore. Omalu, that is my understanding. Please. But I want Lloyd to continue. Lloyd,
we have to watch poll. We not in that family and labor right and when you not go on like you know what the PMP them feel like them good. Them not good. They're not snap batty boy and him get pay. Let me tell you.
Yeah, no.
Have to keep it formal. Have to keep it formal on this side, you know.
Yes, well,
Right, sorry, I was cutting you. I cut you door line. Go ahead. Sorry
all
about
right.
that.
This poll, latest Dadan is a poll. It serves to sort of have a psychological effect on the voters, the PNP base, and potential undecided voters. Now, this is what I would recommend for persons who are bloggers for the Labour Party, and and persons who are on the ground, because I mean the more impactful persons in the party are those who are doing the door-to-door canvassing. I haven't seen them really in my area, and I think that the party is really depending too much on the Prime Minister persona, so to speak, and it's about time that the boots hit the ground. They've depended too much on the bloggers, far too much.
But Lloyd, is that not wise? That if you have a popular party leader, that you push him out there. Quite frankly, Jamaicans vote for leaders, you know, sir.
Yeah, we are very leader-centric.
They do vote for leaders.
Yeah.
But
and when you look at the Don Anderson poll, Don Anderson is suggesting that the majority of people who say they're going to vote are going to vote for the party.
Yes, the leader is the one who carry the party. The PNP has always been a party like that as also. Is the leader carry the people. That's why the PNP is not gaining any traction right now.
But Lloyd, also remember, you know, we have not started campaign yet, you know. Remember, we still have a budget to plan for before we start campaigning. So you wouldn't say we are depending on the leader too much, because we haven't in full campaign mode as yet. So I guess as soon as this budget is behind us, we'll go forward.
Yes, neighbor.
I want to talk to Fox, but could you tell him not to come over here, come call people their names? Please. Silver Fox.
Silver Fox is disrespectful, man. Silver Fox have to understand that it's not every program is the same program. We have to be civil persons listening now. We have all type of different person listening to this program in the neighbor.
Yes, I know.
I want to keep it civil Fox. So
yes, the neutral platform are the more impactful platform on TikTok right now.
Church people listen and
we have to keep it. We have to keep it.
And so Silver Fox, if you want to make a contribution, just
and I think Silver Fox is totally misinterpret what we're here talking about, because based on when he jumped up a while ago, labor rights, we don't feel and give PNP. Well, we're having a discussion, we're having a civil discussion, you know.
Yes.
Giving a PNP any props.
We by the nature of the program, we had to discuss the poll, no sir?
Yeah, exactly. And we have to.
Yes, we have to. So Lloyd, you are suggesting that the party is too reliant on the leader, eh?
Well, yes, in a sense, because what I notice, and I would have heard member of Parliament, yes, alluded to it, is that if you allow the opposition to go out and to continue to spew their propaganda, just let me use this analogy. If you have a garden and you're watering your garden and your neighbor next door is not doing his, then your plants are going to flourish. No, I'm saying that to say this. Jamaican electorate is not all that. A lot of them not politically savvy. And so they buy into propaganda.
The hype. Yeah.
A propaganda hype. And it sells. You understand? What I would really want to hear more on the ground is the party message, what the party is doing. And
you don't think
planning and doing.
You don't think that the party's message has been what it has done for 9 years? A party that has been in government for 9 years really has to campaign on its record, you know.
Yes, and I think the party is doing that. I think that is out there.
Remember what
you can't go making promises.
It's not only
the party
it requires more than just doing it. We have to still sell the truth, right? And I understand what Lai said. I do not really. I don't know if I agree fully with what Lai is saying, because I think the PNP is more relying on their leader, because the PNP has not put forward a message.
You mean
Golden?
No, but the PNP can't rely on Mark, sir. They
can't rely on Mark. I don't know what they're relying on, really.
No, but who are they relying on them? Because they don't have performing MPs, right? When you look at the JLP side, you see a Tova working, you see a Rhoda Crawford working, you see a Delroy slowly working, you see a Norman Dunn working. I don't consider that to be the behavior of persons who are just relying on fully on a leader, right?
But
the JLP, you see a Michelle Charles doing work, right? You see Anne-Marie Vaz doing a lot of work, right? So to say that you're relying solely on the leader, I don't think would be a reasonable statement.
Yeah, they're not.
When you look at the
JLP side, too much.
And Foresight, what we have to understand is we can't help the fact that we have a very popular leader.
Well,
our party leader is very popular.
No, I'm not against relying on the leader, you know, because
I'm not against it either, because
right.
Why you think
we supposed to rely on the leader?
Why you think the PNP?
Scratchy.
Yes,
Manley was very popular in '89, but he was a disaster in terms of where he brought the country, and he lost.
But listen now again, from Portia Simpson Miller resigned, the PNP is yet to gain back one of those type of popular leader. That's why you hate to see the PNP losing so many grounds. Jamaica is leader-centric. We vote for leader in Jamaica.
I heard Bruce Golding saying that if Portia had called the election when she had won the presidency, even West Kingston would be in play.
Right.
Her popularity was over 70%.
Exactly. And we vote for
popularity. Popularity is key. And that is why I don't rule it out. And a lot of labor rights tend to think that, Andrew, let's not rely on Andrew's popularity. I don't think
here is the difference, Foresight.
After relying on his popularity.
I don't think wholeness is relying on his. I think wholeness popularity is largely about how he has performed.
Exactly.
You see, Portia's popularity petered off because people realized that over time, you know,
the reality wasn't matching the perception.
Huh?
The reality wasn't matching the perception.
Right, and it was amazing how drastically she became unpopular in the country. I think Andrew has largely remained. I wouldn't even say popular.
And neighbor, if you notice the marketing strategy coming into the 2020 election, every MP, every candidate that had a billboard with their face and the face of the Prime Minister. It was because of his popularity.
You see, it's going to probably take one more term for us to be more politically savvy enough for performance to be the basis on which people vote. Because the PNP self-perception,
Hold a moment. I want to tell you this, that if the Labour Party did not perform in government, they wouldn't stand a chance right now.
No, I know.
Exactly.
So
but even with that performance, you find that it is still too debatable.
Yes, but remember, it's growing. So the savviness of which you speak, I think, is growing in the Jamaican population. Because for a party to be seeking a consecutive third term, and to be ahead in the poll and in pole position to win, suggests that this party has done quite a job.
And neighbor, I'm going to share something with you guys.
Let me just say this one thing, no scratcher before, in relation to that. The PNP sells perception, right? The JLP sells performance, right? The campaign on the track record of achievements and all of that, right? I'm just saying, neighbor, that too many people are still buying the perception.
Yeah.
There
are not very many governments in the world. Look at Canada, the United States. There are not very many governments in the world today who is in pole position to win based on the factors of inflation, the cost of living. And I think a lot of times people forget that that we came through a 100-year pandemic. you know, it really is amazing that the government is even competitive against the opposition at this time. Is either the government has done incredibly well, or the opposition is just devastatingly weak.
Neighbor, I hope my source doesn't. I hope my source is not listening right now, because one of the main thing that my source, who's also someone who's in the PNP, that is telling me that is causing the discourse within the opposition. Opposition is split right now as to whether the party should campaign on bashing the prime minister or step away from that. There are persons who think that the bashing is not working and is helping with his popularity. There are persons who are saying that. There are persons who are saying that in the opposition that they have never seen corruption topple any government in Jamaica. Persons are also saying that my source also told me that they went back as far as to the 2011 election. Remember the 2011 election? We campaigned extensively about Mrs. Simsimila. What happened in that election? We lost that election. In 2016, Peter Phillips campaigned on what?
The House.
Okay, they lost that election. Every time you attack a leader, you lose the election.
No, they are going from the Seaga days when they used to attack Seaga. But Seaga, and that is why I said Seaga was weak for more than one reason, because in Seaga's time there was division in the JLP. But because they used that opportunity to attack Seaga, they thought that was a strategy that worked. So they tried to use that strategy now and a more united JLP. And Scratch, remember we spoke about this in previous lives, that the PNP being so quiet, they are now re-evaluating to find out whether they should continue, right, with the same strategy that they are using.
Exactly.
Or they should take a different approach.
So
and
right,
here you say your sources now would have told you that. Because I know. Because you have to understand your opponent. And the PNP have a pattern, right? The polls, they then come out with polls saying that they are leading and all of that. Even when you see clearly on the ground that they are not getting any traction, they're going to have polls that's coming out to say, oh, they're ahead, right? But it becomes obviously clear now that, oh, the PNP, all right. You see, when the JLP start campaigning, this is an next prediction. When the JLP hit the ground now and start campaigning, Dan Anderson is going to correct himself when it comes closer to an election, and to say, if he doesn't say the JLP is slightly leading, he's going to say it's dead heat.
It's dead heat.
That's what he's going to do.
All right.
This has been the pattern for many elections in the past.
What I would love to see is a poll that, because last year I said it, and it has proven me correct, is to see a poll, and I put some amount of confidence in the Blue Dot poll, a poll that will be conducted in February of this year, and see where it will give you a true picture. Now, a poll that will be conducted in, say, the second week in April or thereabout, would also give you, towards the end of April, between the mid to end of April, would give you the truest picture ever as to where both party lies.
And Blue Dot is coming again, 2 months time, they say.
Somewhere about them, yeah.
Yeah, Blue Dot is coming about April, the first week of May there.
But I don't see the PNP stand up snowball chance in hell as far as I'm concerned. Because they don't have a message, they don't have anything except to going after the Prime Minister. And the persons who are black for them are not learning. It's about, at this point in time, they should be coming out with a message. What is the party's plan to govern the country? Should they form the next government?
Yes, because as we said, Lloyd, that
the electorate has nothing to compare with.
We have been living the experience for the last 9 years. And so irrespective of what they come with in terms of a promise, they are going to be judged on how they have.
And that is the next issue again, neighbor. My sources are also telling me that the persons are against and are saying that party need to be careful and make sure that they don't overpromise. That is the gauge that they are trying to find, that balance with promise and are over promising, because they know that whatever they come with will be scrutinized, and they don't want to come out with it too early, and they don't want to come out with it too late.
PNP is going to be coming with some very colorful promises. I can tell you that.
Yeah, but they're trying to strike a balance foresight right now, because persons are saying they don't want to over promise.
Don't be surprised if the PNP.
But you know.
Yeah, but don't be surprised if
the last election we
promised
were
a $3 million threshold. Don't be surprised.
That's not possible. But they won't. I don't think they will come with that.
Yeah.
The greatest thing with that threshold argument, foresight, is majority of the persons who will benefit from an increase in threshold is already benefiting. So if they're going up to 3 million, it's very few persons will benefit now. I don't think even 50,000 people will benefit from that.
Say that again?
I don't think over 50,000 persons will benefit with that.
Scratchy, the PNP is not interested in what it is. They will go with it because of what it sounds like.
No, man, if 3 million,
and you have to understand that that's how the PNP work, you know. They know that nobody will not going to look into it that deep. But on the surface of it, it sounds good, and they will go with that.
3 million more people will benefit, but the country can't afford it.
You think we have over, how many persons you think we are earning? You think we have over 50,000 persons earning over $3 million?
No, it means, no, the threshold of $3 million, what does that mean? Is that as long as you're earning less than $3 million.
$3 million.
That is very,
yes, but I'm saying where it is right now, the 1.7, majority is already benefiting from that. The majority is within that range, the 1.7 to 2 million range. Yes. So when you raise it, how many more will benefit?
I don't know, but I think they're going to raise it, but not beyond 2 billion.
Look, I have 2 questions for you. One is that Don Anderson is also suggesting that this is looking like a high, an election with a high turnout. Do you see that happening?
I see the turnout probably in the mid-50s or thereabout.
I'm looking at about 55, 56, 57%.
57?
Yeah,
it could be more.
The last time we had 48%, the last time we had 37%. I think we're going to see an increase.
Which means that the parties would be substantially mobilized, Scratchy.
Because
I think we're going to see an increase.
We're going to have persons coming from overseas.
A lot of overseas persons coming down to vote this time.
Because a lot of
the diaspora participation will be higher this time.
Yes, there will be a high diaspora participation in this coming election.
What would be driving
overseas voters?
Almost a 20% increase over 2020? What would be driving?
Neighbor, when you look in the rural
social
Jamaica,
media,
I have always go ahead for a second.
No, man, go ahead.
I have always told persons that in rural Jamaica, neighbor, in the carpet area, we vote one way, we vote diarrhea. Elections are won in the rural side of the country. The key thing that rural Jamaica asks a neighbor is road, water. And light. And we have given them that.
Yeah. And don't forget the internet.
Yes, and we have given them all of that. So they are going to come out and support a government that give them that. Trust me. Elections are not one in Kingston and St. Andrews.
Don't forget the health centers too, because a lot of those weren't around.
Elections are not one in Kingston and St. Andrews. Elections are one in rural Jamaica.
But traditionally, when you have a high voter turnout, people change government.
I don't know. I don't think so.
But this election is different because you have more social media discussions. You have more communities who are now getting water and certain roads after 40 years or decades of doing without proper roads and water. So you have more factors at play in this election that could, turn out more people.
And this election, neighbor, is persons. The reason why we're going to see the higher voter turnout is people coming out and showing their congratulations to the government for showing back some form of gratitude back to the government for the wonderful work that they've seen the government done. Persons in rural area normally don't come out because they don't get the infrastructure that they need.
And you have the social housing program. People get to see that almost every parish now would have seen the Prime Minister in person. I don't think you have any other Prime Minister that would have, you know, been so popular on the ground, means so much. He would have visited almost every constituency while working, not only while campaigning, but while performing his duty as a Prime Minister.
As the Prime Minister.
I mean, right?
So he's asking, why didn't they come out in the local government election?
People don't know really the importance of local government election in Jamaica up until the last one. But I believe that the next local government election is going to be a different
Persons tend to believe that in central government. Persons tend to believe that local government cannot switch the government. They can't change the government. They can't change the rules and regulations of the country. So persons don't really support local government elections.
A lot that will depend on the campaign too, because people have to feel energy on the ground as well to want to come out.
No, over the years, foresight, we have seen local government as always. Local government turnout has never matched a general election turnout.
No, it has never matched it.
It has always
so you can never use local government election as a measure of how many persons will come out in a general election.
Yes, because persons just don't vote in local government elections. Persons just don't see it. In the general election of 2020, 150,000 persons less came out in the local election to vote for the JLP.
I think Lloyd said something that is substantially significant, and that is the whole matter of access to information. You see this expansion of internet and people with their cell phones. It has created
even with access to information, neighbor, I don't think persons take the local government elections that serious. It's just the reality. They see these councils as nobody. They see these councils as their next door neighbors. Some of these councils don't put themselves in a position either to garner certain level of respect. The level of councils is just too mediocre to me.
And there are several communities in Jamaica that now have free Wi-Fi, sir. Towns.
Yes, we have made a jump from 42% to 82%. 82% of the island is now internet connectivity.
Free Wi-Fi.
A lot of the towns now have free Wi-Fi and sponsored by the Universal under the Universal Fund under the Ministry of Technology.
Yes, you know something. I think sometimes a lot of our people are so pessimistic. You know, right from where I'm sitting, I can just walk down the road, and if I don't have service and get some service, free, just connect automatically.
One thing I think that can improve local government elections, and I'm not bashing anyone or anything, I think once we start to improve the caliber of the persons who we choose as councillor, we will see an increase in the local government elections.
Yes, Scratchy, because I was just about to say that. The councillors are not attractive politicians.
Exactly.
And it's a point that is worth making, because I can tell you that some of them are so disappointing.
Yes. And I think that was one of the reasons for the Prime Minister also increasing the salary from 1.5 million to now 5 million to attract more. You understand foresight?
Yes,
a lot of persons might not be attracted to that 1.5 million salary. It's now at 5 million. Maybe we can attract more better persons now.
Well, how do you get into it? Because isn't it still for largely controlled by the members of parliament?
Yes, the members of parliament have a strong say, but I think again the members of parliament would prefer to know that they have once the caliber of person step up, and I think the caliber come into the next election. I think we're going to see the caliber change, because we're starting to see that already, and I think the caliber is going to change.
What about you? You wouldn't throw your hat in the ring?
I mean, if I was still in Jamaica, I'd be running for council right now, because the council for my division had died, and I know I'll be in the ring running for it.
Oh. Lovely.
Yes, persons are even asking me to come back to come be the councillor. If I was in my constituency right now, neighbor, you my constituency secretary.
Yes.
Saying that if I was in Jamaica, I definitely know I'll be up for councillor right now in my division.
Oh my. Lovely.
Councillors are potential member of parliament, and I believe that, as I said, and I stand by what I said, that the next local government election, the turnout might not necessarily be what the general election will be like, but the turnout will be significantly higher comparatively to the previous years.
But then there's someone is suggesting to me that the growth in the numbers for the next election is because the PNP base is so significantly mobilized over 2020. Is that not true?
Yeah. No, I think it was because the PNP was campaigning as if it was a general election as well.
No, we're talking about the election coming up later this year. The person is suggesting to me that the PNP is going to be pulling out at least 100,000 people more of their supporters.
I mean, if they pull 100,000 more people of the supporters, that will match their 2020 number. In 2020, they got over 400,000 votes. So that will match their 2020 number. Jamaica Labour Party had over 400,000 votes as well.
What happens is that you have a lot of PNP. So I don't think the PNP have much more to pull. I think the PNP has peaked, right? What the Jamaica Labour Party have a lot of Jamaica Labour Party supporters that they need to convert into voters.
Yeah.
Right? Because they need to tap into persons who are pro-JLP but just tend to stay away from the process, right?
Or do they go into the uncommitted? Because
I think that is where we're gonna go. That is where we're gonna get the voter increase from.
Most of the uncommitted are pro-JLP supporters.
That is where the increase is gonna come from Foresight for this election, the uncommitted.
Yeah.
You don't think Foresight that if the uncommitted break for the Labour Party, you could see a landslide?
Exactly.
Yeah, they just need to break.
Do you think that an effective campaign that is grounded in communicating an aspirational message, especially when you back that up with the performance that you have had, that these uncommitted could break heavily for you?
Exactly.
Once the uncommitted break any at all, they will be breaking mostly for the Labour Party. Because when you really think about it, right? What is the reason why they would break for the PNP?
They don't have any reason. They don't have any.
What is the PNP? What is the PNP offering?
We have to look at the manifestos that are going to be published, and I think we're going to watch with very keen interest the budget presentation of Mark Golding, of Julian Robinson, and of the government.
Yeah, that is true.
Whose manifesto are you more likely going to trust?
You know, 1.5 won the Labour Party in 2016 election, and that
exactly, neighbor. 1.5 gave the Labour Party the victory.
Yeah. So what is going to be the attractive promise or promises that the PNP will come with? And I think if they are able to explain it, if it is convincing enough, that people will consider it.
Yeah, but not when the JLP promise is attractive, because JLP has a better track record on delivering on their promise. Especially Andrew Holness.
You can argue that based on the last 9 years, and this is why I'm saying that I think that
I get a promise from Mark Golding, who has kept it as a secret for so long, right? And I get one from Andrew Holness, who has delivered on the promises that he would have made in the last 2 elections, right? Right? Who am I going to believe?
Yes.
Who is the electorate, right, going to believe? Who are they going to believe? Right? They're going to more likely to believe Andrew Holness, right? Someone who has delivered already.
We hold these truths to be self-evident. That all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights. That among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men. Do you think that the typical Jamaican today is able to pursue his happiness in a safe environment? Tom?
If you sorry, I didn't get that.
Yeah.
Tom?
Yeah.
How are you?
Radio.
Sir?
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. I'm good.
Where are you calling from?
The Bahamas.
Oh, you're in the Bahamas.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
Watching
But
everything what going on in Jamaica.
you coming home to vote?
Yes, sir.
Are you registered to vote?
Yes, sir.
As soon as the election call, you'll be here.
Mm-hmm.
And
even if I have to walk on the water.
Oh, well, that has happened in history, you know, sir. you know that? It has happened.
It does happen.
It has.
Might just repeat.
Well, then you'll be Peter's brother.
Yeah, man. Just as one the way in on the part where I believe that the PNP is done in terms of making any promise to convince any more voters. I think they max out in terms of their voters.
You don't think that the PNP can make a promise that can convince anyone here?
Well, it might convince some people for true, you know, because they might come up with some ridiculous promise where they can't fulfill, but sensitive people, I believe, wouldn't fall for it. But don't gotta remember you got stupid people out there too. So, you know, they will catch a few more, maybe if they come with some ridiculous promise.
I think they really, maybe stupid is not the best choice of words.
Yes, but we just talk it right, you know, it don't make no sense to beat around the bush. Because you could clearly see stupidity in certain things, and then you still have people hold on to it. Like you know, I've listened to many lives where plane passing over, I might interrupt, you know, where many live where you will have people actually looking at a good project or a good anything good, even social housing, the prime minister handing over to someone, and you have someone in the comments with negative comments, you know what I mean? So you have to look at it as being stupid, because nothing could ever wrong with a prime minister handing over a well-deserved house to someone who didn't have a house, who's sleeping in a boat shack.
Yeah.
And you have something negative to say about that?
You know the whole matter of tribalism, sir?
Yes. And I call that stupid.
Well, no.
I think the PNP has over opposed in many instances.
Yes.
And it will do more harm to them than good. Because it sends a signal to people who are beneficiaries of this house that if the PNP should form government, then they will discontinue.
Yeah,
right.
And I think also that one of the mistakes that the opposition has made, in my view, is to give the impression that nothing now go on in Jamaica. And so let me tell you something. When you drive on the road, you just get that impression. When you go to the banks, when you just go across Jamaica, it is clear something going on, no?
Exactly.
So you have to acknowledge the successes. That don't mean that you need to accept everything, because there are several things that we still need to do in Jamaica.
Yeah.
But you
things 100%.
Acknowledge the progress we have made.
Right.
And see what it is that you can do to make it better.
That is why they're reviewing their approach now, because they realize that they haven't been gaining any traction. Only Dan Anderson giving them that traction, but they themselves know that it's not helping them. It's doing more harm than good to them. Right?
Exactly.
And within a few more months, you will see PNP start releasing now bits and pieces of their plan, because the people have been calling for a plan from the PNP, and they are now realizing that they can't ignore that call any longer. They will have to come out with some kind of plan. But I'm going to tell you this, though, neighbor. You have to remember that the JLP, the budget, has not yet been read. And there will be the offers in those budgets.
Yeah.
And probably some policies will help to propel the JLP's chances of winning.
Yeah, but the election has to be called within 5 months after the budget, sir. And with our bureaucracy in Jamaica, whatever policy you have in that budget, not going to roll out until probably this year.
No, not really, neighbor. Most policies that
the announcement will be good enough. Because people
and most
you
policy
don't
foresight
want to,
can
you
kick
don't
in.
want everything. You don't want. That's what you want in a neighbor.
No, neighbor.
Thomas.
What neighbor is talking foresight is an infrastructure project that might take long, but certain financial or certain other benefits might kick in as early as April the 1st.
Have you watched?
Yes.
On the finance committees, the ministry explaining their expenditures. What they call that?
Expenditure, capital expenditure.
No, man. Where they meet in Parliament to review each minister's. Have you watched any of that?
Yes, I've seen a couple of them.
Right. So it is from that you get, the expenditure for the ministries. What it is that what new is coming, and I'm suggesting that unless there is something to that is going to be rolled out in the next 2 or 3 months, what could that be?
No, but that is after the budget is read that those meetings normally start. After the budget debate, neighbor, is when the finance minister will speak, the prime minister now or the finance minister will come with the goodies and tell them what they're going to roll out, how much money each ministry will be getting, what are the recurrent budget for the ministry, and what are the capital expenditure for those ministries. Capital expenditures are money now that, say for the ministry, the example, the Ministry of Security, the recurrent budget might be 144 billion. The expenditure now might be 2.3 billion. That 2.3 billion now will be money that the ministry will be spending to buy police vehicles, buy recurrent budget has to do with like rent, salaries, and all of those stuff.
Yeah. All right. Have we any new callers here?
So I think definitely let go. The budget debate again, we have to wait on the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister. I think the Finance Minister will come and lay the budget, but I think the Prime Minister's presentation is where we will find the goodies. As the Prime Minister, I think he's going to be the one who delivering the goodies. And that would make sense. It would make perfect sense for he to be the one, the bearer of good news, if I must say.
Yes. Mo?
Yeah.
Good afternoon to you.
Afternoon.
How are you, sir?
I'm good.
Where are you tuning in from?
United States.
Oh, you're in the United States. How are you, sir? Are you coming home to vote?
Sure.
You are?
Yes, I'm coming home to vote.
That's fantastic, man. You're a nationalist. Why are you going to do that?
Well, I'm coming home to vote for the PNP.
You're coming home to vote for the People's National Party.
Sure.
Why?
Well, all right. It's 9 years and it's government in, and they can show us say we can vote on that. You know, we can give a direct thing we say. We vote because the government is all you people talking about infrastructure yes. Going up and what about if why you people talk about infrastructure? So you're driving your car. You don't drive on a minibus or a taxi to hear other people's views. You don't just drive from place to place in your private vehicle. So you don't know what's going on in the country. Just drive around. That's a building going up. But if you should drive on a minibus or a big bus and listen to conversation, it's a different country.
May I ask
so it's two countries. People.
May I ask you something more?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
The fear from Mapen to Kingston on a JUT bus is $100 Jamaican dollars. You know that, sir?
Yeah.
How much is $100 Jamaican dollars converted to US?
No, you still don't get my point. You still don't get my point, you know.
No.
What I'm trying to say.
Hold on.
Yeah.
You ever see me driving?
No. I'm just saying. I'm not what I'm talking about.
Wild accusation.
Why people?
Who you coming over here? Come talk. Say.
Wild accusation.
Yeah.
No. So you have a platform.
I have
a platform, right? So you're supposed to can take it. Yeah. This is platform. I mean. And I see it and I can come up on it. It's not. Hello?
And I make money up here?
No, I don't hear what you're saying.
No,
Repeat
sir.
again.
You listen
You
to
have to
me.
pay when you're charging your car.
Is he echoing? Him echoing?
Yes, his internet
No,
is
I'm not.
bad. His internet is bad.
Mo?
Your connection is poor, sir.
No,
Mo?
We're seeing the red
How
signals
come?
that your connection is poor.
When you can vote for who you want to vote for, don't come up here come make accusations about be personal. Don't do that.
no. I'm.
No,
but
you
listen,
are entitled.
don't. It's free.
No, you are entitled
Yeah.
to vote for who you want to vote for. Do not come up here and say
Yeah.
what you don't know. You don't know of me or anybody here owning or driving a car. You don't know that.
No, you don't. You don't. Well, no, not you. Not you. Listen, what I'm trying. Listen, my point is. Listen, my
Not
point
me.
is to know the reality. No, can you listen to me, please? To know the reality of Jamaica, right? People who drive on a minibus, listen to other people's view.
Well, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to ask somebody who there's a gentleman. Listen to me. Listen to me here, Moo. Scratch it. Talk to this gentleman.
No, I'm just gonna ask him if only driving on a minibus can we hear to get the views of what people is saying. Is that the only way you can know the views of what persons are saying by driving on a minibus?
No, you can go in the market. You can go in on the street. But what
So
I'm
what
trying
about,
to put
what
to you,
about where we live? What about where we live? We live amongst the common people as well. What about where we live? If where we live is not sufficient enough to know the views of what is going on?
No.
So Mo,
Sure.
I live in my
But
community. I live in my community, Mo, in my district. What I say about the man who live in Mokomo, who didn't have water for 35 years and he now have water for 20? No. What about the man in Duncans in Trelawny, who didn't have any roads and now has roads? What do you say to a person like that?
I can't answer you.
But you're telling me about
2016, right? Can I say something? Let me finish. Listen to me. A baby born 2016, right?
What you say about 2016?
No, Mr. A baby born in 2016, wearing diaper, right? So you
Yes.
expect the baby born in 2016 should be wearing diaper now. So you take over the country, right? And I believe in improvement. So you can say over 35 years. 35 years, people is only a fraction of cars on the road. Now you have hundreds of thousands of cars on the road. So you can't let it
Listen
up
my
that.
point, sir.
You
So
think
what
that's
you're saying
positive.
then, sir, if I didn't have water 35 years ago and I know have water for 30, no, that's not something to celebrate?
It is improvement. So that means to move
All
from
right,
diaper
sir.
to big dress and big.
Sir, could you just sell man?
Is that
I'm not getting what you're saying, sir.
No, man. We don't need to ask him some more questions because I will ask him directly.
I'm not getting what you're saying, sir.
If he haven't seen anything done, you know if any you take time out to research any of the programs that put in place for poor people. Do you ever
ask
do
him
that?
what is his issue, Sam? Ask him what is
But
your issue?
Sam-
What is your issue with the government?
Sam, 1 minute, but he just contradicted himself because he said 25 years ago there were a lot of cars and now there are thousands of cars on the road. So
Exactly.
what is he saying?
People are working.
If the country was going in the wrong direction, we wouldn't have much cars. Because money buy
listen what I'm
cars.
trying to say.
Listen,
what
money
I'm
buy
trying to say.
cars. And if you have a country that going down the slope, people will not have money to buy cars. So just the point you make about cars. But forget the cars.
you don't understand.
Forget the cars because
you
cars
don't-
is private owned. Cars is private owned. Back to the point of water. I grew up in a community, right? What had water in the early 80s. Water cut off from them times. And I remember Derek Rochester promised water to that community every time election run. And water have never, till I grew to become a big grown man, and under Andrew government. And listen, pipeline been around, so you can't make no excuse for water, From ancient time, we have pipeline, and we have wells in Jamaica and everything, and we have governments. And those governments never run the water for all those years. And now this government come and run the water. You want to tell me, say, You should not credit that government for that. You don't see that as improvement or work of the government?
Sorry,
don't.
You don't see that?
We vote in government to improve.
Thank you. I'm glad you said that too. I'm glad you said that because Uno vote in the PMP if it do that, and all those years they still never do it. That was their responsibility too, you know. That doesn't labor right.
It's very
responsibility, you know. That was the PMP responsibility for the 18 years, and they never run any. So don't come with that full excuse to say that is government responsibility.
All right. Every parish in Jamaica have water then.
No, I never said that. And no one ever said that things is 100. No one never said.
Why not?
No one ever said things is 100% perfect. Everybody knows it's not. But at least we are making improvement. Listen to what I'm saying.
Let me tell you why not. You see, because over the many years, for example, when the PMP was in power for the 18 years, they didn't put certain things in the system that we would have proper roads and proper water treatment and all of that. And our monies were not being used to develop the country. So that is why. So what Andrew is doing now, other administration should have done it. So him who ban after 62, he has to be doing everything from Operation Pride, giving people land titles, giving people this, giving people that, and sorting out the water problem, the light problem for everybody. So we are behind time. We're aware, but Andrew is trying to fix everything.
Thank God you bring up the land title part, Philippines. Me just get my land title, and it was free of cost to me. The government sent somebody come severe up my land and give me my land title without $1, without any cost to me. And plenty people in the community.
No. Can I say something?
Go ahead.
This is the first land title give out. No, after time trying to say, it's the first land title give out, right?
No.
And then again, it's water now. Everybody, so why everybody don't get water? You people give out water, why everybody don't get?
You expect everything to be done one time.
Okay, but more. The government signed a $24 billion water contract project.
So why you want everything to be done from 35 years ago?
Oh, no.
The government signed a $24 billion water project for Westmoreland, Trelawney, and Hanover, St. James. So that is being fixed. No, we soon get what? Which parish you in?
You saying the America, you know.
You're the America? You have water up there?
Who is in America?
Yes, they have water. I assume they have water.
Okay. Yes, so let me tell you, we're also doing the Rio Cobre water treatment plant that is for Kingston and St. Catherine. You know about that?
So, all right, listen, can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
When the next election come, right?
Yeah.
There'll be nothing left to do. There will be nothing left to do. That, I mean, 5 years from now, we say, Andrew, to talk, I say,
yeah, so man, stop talk foolish, man. Stop talk fool. Talk with sense, man. And stop talk foolish.
No, but listen,
because as long as the world existed, government will have to do work. The point we're making is that we have a government who's been in power for umpteen years, and the things that they should have done, they never done, and this government have to be doing it now. That's what we are saying.
You're gonna do everything.
Give no credit.
This government can do everything. Right?
Yeah, Andrew is doing everything.
Yes, he will. If he get third term or fourth term or fifth term, he might go do everything.
Good evening, Mo. Good evening, Mo. How you do? You all right, Mo?
I'm good.
Where in Jamaica are you, Mo?
No. Talk foolishness.
I'm in the United States, no, but I'm representing St. Anne.
How many years did you move to the United States?
I don't move.
How many years are you living in the United States?
I'm visiting 4 years now.
But you're visiting
back and forth.
Oh, you do back and forth.
No, I'm up and down from Jamaica.
Oh, okay, so you were living in St. Anne until 4 years ago.
Panicky.
Until now, I move over, but I visit.
Okay, so let me ask you a question, Mo. Do you believe that for a party to have been in power for almost 35 of Jamaica's 62 independent years, do you believe that Andrew Holness should be running pipe now and putting and running lights to people's yard? Do you believe that he should be doing that now, just running pipe to some communities and running electricity to some communities in 2025? Do you believe he should be doing that now?
Sure.
Huh?
Sure.
Okay.
People grow, community grow.
No.
Community grow.
Community all right. Grow. Me I talk about people who are 65, 75 in the communities who are now talking that them born and grow in a community. Community never grow and they never move. Nobody didn't take you up kind of way. But at the first them I see light, and at the first them I see water pipe, and at the first some of them I see road. That's what I'm talking about, Mo. Do you believe it's fair for you to be judging this government on the basis that when you know without a doubt that the PMP did nothing while they were in government, will you admit that the PMP did nothing while they were in government?
All right, let me answer you. From 1972 to 1980, that's 8 years. Michael Manley done more than what?
What did Michael Manley do?
Andrew Holness.
Name something that Michael Manley did. Just name one thing that Michael Manley did.
Don't believe me, hi. Isn't that for going down?
Michael Manley create the most.
Just name one
Michael Manley do the create most things.
You see the problem?
Right. Simple.
What did he do?
From let me talk now.
No man, but yeah, I call
Manleyism.
What did he do?
Michael Manley do housing trust. Michael Manley give 10 children who leave school at grade 10 and 11.
Michael Manley make children leave school grade 10 and 11. What kind of nonsense that? Come on, fix up your argument and come again.
Oh gosh. No. All right.
Don't believe me, hi.
He create grade 10 and 11. Grade 10 and 11.
Why?
Michael Manley done that.
Why him create grade 10 and 11?
Because people was going, children was going to leave school too early.
So the school that he created the grade 10 and 11. Well, I know the school him create the grade 10 and 11. Who built the school?
Well, it was built from between both government from in the 60s and in the 70s.
No. Michael Manley no build no school. So me talk about Michael Manley. So all the PMP can do is
Michael Manley don't build a school.
Michael Manley don't build a school. Still have vote for 2025.
All right, let me tell you.
All Michael Manley did was create a grade 10 and 11 in a school that the JLP created education.
Yes, but he built several schools.
So JLP create education and build school, but Michael Manley only create grade 10 and 11. My God, hey, me I tell you,
No, man. No, you say I must give you two things. What Michael Manley done, right, and I give you two things.
Tell me piece of infrastructure Michael Manley build. National infrastructure. Not about the NHT.
You mean?
We're not about NHT. Because them say Michael Manley come up with NHT. Tell me something else other than NHT.
NHT was not conceptualized by Michael Manley.
No, man, we know that, but we're not talking about that to him. That's all him run to. When, Bill?
Michael Manley make Jamaica make the most money out of alumina, backside, red dirt.
Oh, really? What kind of infrastructure Michael Manley build for national development? Just name one. Just name one.
All right. A lot of community center.
Community center?
No,
so which community?
Just name one and name one.
All right. Well, I know. Him create the community center. Who create the community? Because I know him create the school, but he make grade 10. So him create the community center. Who create the community?
Who create the community?
Yeah.
I mean, community bill from housing scheme and all of that. Community bill.
Who create the community? Who create the housing scheme?
I mean, like Michael Manley create community. Our government community create unit community.
All right. You support the PMP, right?
Yes.
You support the People's National Party, Mo?
See, we can't help him, no, convince him. Because you know,
Come on, I'm going to say with him, you know. You create the People's National Party, Mo? Do you create the People's National? Do you support the People's National Party?
Yeah.
Why do you support the People's National Party?
Well, a lot of things.
Like what? Name one. Just name one. Because there's always a lot of things. Name one.
All right, let me put this. I'm not that everybody gonna the people, the National Party people who
try and convince
they think about people.
Because he doesn't know why he's voting.
And what does the JLP think about?
Huh?
What does the JLP think about?
The JLP only think about themselves. They don't think about poor people. They don't think about themselves.
Oh, they only think about themselves. So the JLP build more schools than the PMP. Are we school them for themselves?
No, it's for the country.
Okay, the JLP built 9 hospitals, the PMP built none. Did the JLP create the 9 hospitals for themselves or the people?
No.
The JLP is doing free health care now for the nation. Is it for themselves or for the people?
We have a health system.
Oh, you didn't know that? I thought you say you live in Jamaica and only travel to
No, hold on. If you want to die, to go to the hospital.
Did you go to the hospital, sir? You ever go to the hospital in Jamaica?
No, I don't.
Do you know anybody who go to the hospital in Jamaica?
Plenty people, and I hear about people.
Oh, and they're dead. The people where you know they go to the hospital.
And I work in the hospital sometimes.
All right, let me ask you one more question.
Imagine
the JLP established the NIS and PMP say a sin. Who was the NIS created for? National Insurance Scheme. Who was it created for?
For most of the workers and.
So them they're not people.
So what about people? What is about people?
Hello, neighbor, you can't take that call out of the pen.
Guys,
no. I'm not in your favor.
Yeah, move.
You're calling me cow.
Hold on there. No, hold on.
Don't believe me, hi. Boy,
But you're moving. What you're doing is
exciting.
moving. So you're not talking to us with no facts or anything. You're a comedian, sir? Who the social pensioner help? Who the hard trust program helping where they're giving you back $50,000 at level 4? Who the second chance smile a help to give free teeth? Who tell us who benefiting from those programs? You can open your mic. Mo is you can open your mic.
I can't believe me, hi. Boy, I tell you something. This is all very exciting.
That's Mr. Neva, you're playing Monty Perkins?
No, my producer is
Oh my god. Let me mute and behave myself.
Why is Moon not saying anything?
Who's laughing?
Oh, did you know that farmers now have insurance and entertainers and creatives in the industry now have free health and group insurance because of this government?
Yeah.
Did you know that tourism
pension.
workers also have
Yeah.
a pension plan?
Yeah.
Amo?
I suppose he doesn't know that.
So how are you saying that this government is not for poor people? And even if I was, I was born poor, I know I'm still associated with poor this, poor that all day my life. I want somebody to teach me about investment and how to make my life better. I don't need sympathy.
You people only think about it, all right. So that means you have to think about people on the street, people, not you want them to associate with them, but you need to help them along the line. Because not everybody have a good education. Not everybody have.
Like expanding the path program. You mean help them by giving them a skill and paying them $67,000 per month so they can go back and forth to their skills training?
So from that announce, how many people take it up?
Many.
A whole lot of people, man. Whole it.
Mr. Moo,
the government is planning on expanding fast.
It is providing the opportunity for the people. It is the people who need to have the ambition to go take you up. Are you and your PMP followers encouraging the people who live in the communities that the PMP control to go take up these opportunities? Have you ever encouraged anybody to go take up the opportunities more?
Opportunities that art offers. Art offers.
All right. Mr. Moo? Mr. Moo?
We need a mayor.
Tika, you can come up in the box because she's saying that who build the Maypen Hospital. Tell her protecting. JA, you can tell her protecting JA.
To reach up already?
No, she don't there. She said, liar you be. Oh God, your English.
The Maypen Hospital was built by Ushera in 1971. It was opened after Michael Manley added a 20-bed space because it was 50-bed space that was built first. He added 20-bed space to the facility after it was finished, and they realized that they needed more because of the population of Clarendon, and that hospital would serve Clarendon. And after he added the 20-bed space, or 21 beds, then he opened it officially in 1975. So it was built by Ushera, 1971, and it was officially opened in 1975 because when Michael Manley came in 1972, he decided to add 21 beds. He decided to add some bed space. It came up to 21 beds. So if the person needed the information, then they can go up on Google and all about the search, and it's there. These are not hidden information.
So the PNP supporters don't know why they vote for PNP.
Good afternoon, gentle people.
Good afternoon.
And Manley couldn't build a hospital in 2 years when he wrecked the economy in 90 days.
Matter of fact, them boast about Manley and Portmore. Manley came and found Edward Seaga's plan for Portmore. Edward Seaga had a complete plan for Portmore, and he started with Independence City. Okay? And when the government was voted out in 1972, Michael Manley continued around about 1973-74 there. Michael Manley couldn't just come in a government and come make a plan. The plan started about in 1963-64. They started put the plan together. A lot of feasibility studies were done even before they decided to commence building. So Michael Manley just come in, brush off Eddie Seaga plan and continued the build out of Portmore. So Michael Manley did not develop a plan for Portmore. A matter of fact, Michael Manley and the comrades in the parliament at the time, when Eddie Seaga posited that he would create a new community because Kingston was overflowing with people who migrated from other parishes to come live in a Kingston, and so there need to be another space to hold that much people. When Edward Seaga posited in the parliament in 1968, in the 1967-68 budget debate, that he will be building a new community and it will name Portmore, the PMP, they rebutted in the parliament and laugh and say, what the people them are going to do? Swim garden yard? A mosquito city are going to build? What are going to name? And the comrades did not believe in it. And when they saw the plan was really comprehensive and that Eddie Seaga had started with Independence City, they knew that when them just come in, having talked about housing for poor people, the only thing they could have done was brush off Seaga plan and continued it. So no, I give Michael Manley some glory for something that he did not conceptualize. Not even NHT was a conceptualization of Michael Manley. Not even that.
I need to get it. I need to get the gentleman name, you know. I have it somewhere. I need to find it.
Who, Mo?
The person who conceptualized housing trust and gave it to Manley.
Well, Marcus Garvey had something to do with it. Marcus Garvey had something to do with it.
We have a person who says that they're an independent person, the user person. Yes. So go ahead, user. You were saying something in the comment. Yes, you're I'm talking to you, user.
I don't really want to be on the live, but what I'm saying, PNP only go and criticize what the JLP is doing because the PNP really get blind these last days because them just love like to criticize and say this and say that, and they're not seeing the upliftment of the country right now. They're not seeing it. They are totally blind. They are wearing masks over their face, over their eyes. Understand? So I don't think you should be prolonging with illiterate people. Okay, bye.
I understand what you're saying, ma'am, but we have to allow them to speak. We want to expose them.
We're all in the same Jamaica, you know?
Yeah.
They are very, very ignorant.
Yeah,
they're blind long time, you know.
Part of what you have to do also is convert people. You know, there are a lot of people who mistakenly believe in an ideology, in a philosophy, because of years of being fed a diet of misinformation.
Yeah.
And I think you can provide people with correct information. They are rational.
Yes, that's true. But
there are arguments. For example, I suspect that Moon has been converted. Yes. Because it is clear that, you know, people's views over time develop when they are fed certain things, and some people never go outside of their circle to expand the information that they have.
And the wide scale.
That's why we preach, you know, man. We preach because we want to convert.
That's what it is, neighbor.
Preach and teach.
Brainwash.
Yeah, people are brainwashed, you know, man.
Yeah, I know, because the comrade always looking at scapegoat.
Yeah. Yeah, so you engage,
right now,
yeah.
Right now they are talking a lot of things, and Mark here, whatever his name, is from England. And why should we voting for someone?
He's not from England. He was a dual citizen, or is, I don't know. But
no, he wasn't dual. He wasn't dual neighbor. Remember, he got his passport because he was going
dual citizenship. He waived it. Waive his right. He didn't have anything for Jamaica. He was just lying.
Yeah, we'll say him give it up now. Eh?
No,
that's what he says.
We not seen I wouldn't seen birth certificate either, but we do know that he was born in England.
I think before, just like the birthright issue for Obama, I think that matter has to go back on the agenda in terms of proof.
We know by now that nothing that Mark Golding says, we should accept it. So I will wrestle anybody to the ground who tells me Mark Golding said so. You can't tell me say the liest man in the world who turn up in front of TV camera, back a TV camera, and lie to we. Anything him say, I saw you go. Anything that comes out of I will not believe it. If Mark Golding tell me say belly at him, going to turn upside of me and drop down and dead. Come in, I believe him.
You know what really taking place now? Anything that the JLP person or MP plan to do, the PMP start to run ahead and say, yeah, we are the one who plan to do that. Like talking just pure bullshit and nothing more. Right now in St. James, I don't know if you know of this. In St. James, they are putting up like 4 building down there. And it is 28th floor down there.
Yes.
Pinnacle.
Yeah. And still, you have a lot of people, and you don't do anything, and you don't this, and you don't that. They are a whip to black human race, and especially to Jamaican people.
User, as just a Montego Bay, you realize that it was Edward Seaga who developed all of that, the coast from a matter of fact, from from the border St. Mary straight into Montego Bay.
Listen.
It was Edward Seaga idea completely. You know?
Listen, you have it wrong now because you say from St. Mary to Montego Bay border. It is to West.
Yeah, out of the coastline. Border. No, out of the coastline. I said.
No, it got
guys.
To,
I'm asking you to tap on the screen, please. Keep the live active.
Yeah, she has here to Westmoreland. She's saying it's straight to Westmoreland.
Okay.
I think we lost. I think we lost her.
Where is she? She dropped out.
I think we lost her.
Neighbor, I'm not telling you how to run your life. What you say when people like Mo come on the program, it would be nice to know which section of a sentence is from. It speaks volume. The section, the parish, and where you come from. It speaks volume in Jamaica, here. Statistical Institute have the facts down there.
Yes. I have a quick question on Seaga if anybody would be able to answer it. It's a bit of a flashback in the past. Because a story that was always used in my family circles to condemn Seaga was that at one point he had soldiers out in fires.
Where is that?
Any bell?
What? No.
Back during his tenure, he had some dispute with the firemen, and either fired all of them and had the JDF out in fires. Any bell?
Yes, because the PMP was trying from that time to control all organization in Jamaica. So when you can't have fireman on strike, fireman is more essential than that time.
Right, I was hoping someone could clear the ear because I can't find any. I'm just trying to get some information.
They threatened to strike, and Seaga said, "Go ahead and him get the army. He's in charge of the army. He's the boss of the army. You know, the prime minister is always the boss of the army."
Right.
You can't have fire personnel at them house and demonstrate and stick out the population.
It's an essential service.
Very essential.
Yeah, like the controllers at the airport.
Thank you.
Yeah, the Prime Minister is also the Minister of Defense.
Yeah, so what was the spin in your family's house though? What was it about?
No, it was just one of the many things they used to
turn soldiers into firemen.
Saying turn the soldiers into firemen. So I just wanted to just expound on that, but if that was a reason, that was it. Mm-hmm.
I mean, Cantidosan, you can also explain to your family that every
you muted yourself. Oh boy.
Every country in the world prepared their army for national service right across the board. There was a discussion a few weeks ago when the teachers decided that, or the doctors decided that they were going to go and sick out. And I was in a conversation with somebody and they say, why have not the government get to the point where they begin to, since we have so much numbers in the army now, start training the army. Every army all over the world, especially in the Western Hemisphere here, them train the soldiers. They have one regiment who are doctors. They have another regiment who are full-blown teachers who can teach any
construction workers. Construction
workers for development just in case there's an emergency.
And protecting. JUTC strike. Even when JUTC strike the other day, Minister Vaz said that they will be training soldiers to operate the buses.
No, but is JDF in charge of the construction of Spanish Town Hospital? JDF is in charge of the construction at the new clinic at Spanish Town.
Right. Remember that, hold on, remember that the JDF have the engineering unit that builds properties as well. They have their own fire station over there. The army, the soldier, them run their own fire station. Mm-hmm.
Right. So, I mean, on a broader scale, we need to get back to there because that's where Seaga was going, you know. He was done to train the army to take on any national situation just in case there was a fallout.
Protecting JA?
Yes, boss.
You abandoned us today, you know.
No, I didn't, you know. I mean,
you were elsewhere.
I was
protecting is a busy man, you know. This man is on 10 live a day, you know.
I was elsewhere trying to clarify some misconception and some misinformation, you know. So
we have the done on this report before us. And I'd like to get your opinion, your views on it.
You, jeez, sorry.
You.
When it comes on to done on this, I'm a little bit careful, you know, because the paper when put film poll and really use your toilet, you know. But
you're still using that a toilet, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
I thought those days were over.
You know, I use it just for the purpose of discrediting Dan Anderson. You know, but by and large, the poll is saying a lot. And the truth is, if we are to be honest, what the poll is saying a lot, not in favor of the PNP.
That's my view.
And I think that they should be concerned, which I think they are. I think they are, because right now I think they're in the middle. Somebody told me that they're in the middle of reorganizing and reshaping their campaign.
That's my information.
Right. So, I mean, the poll is really saying a lot. And
but when a party has to be reshaping their campaign,
this late, yeah,
it suggests that they're in trouble protecting.
They are, and they know it. I mean, it doesn't take more than a region chairman in Region 3, you know, in Dennis Garden to tell them at a public meeting that Comrade Leader All is not well. You know, we know that. I know that.
But 4 percentage point in 4 months, the PNP is losing a point per month protecting. That is telltale signs for any party.
It is telltale signs, especially when your opponents don't start campaigning as yet.
Yes, and the fact of the matter is that the poll is also suggesting that the Labour Party has the wind behind their backs. They seem unstoppable at this point.
Yes, and to qualify that again, they have the wind beneath their wings and they haven't started to campaign as yet, you know? And then we know that the JLP of today is not like the JLP of yesteryears. It is a stronger JLP, a more deliberate JLP, a smarter leader, a tougher leader. So we can just imagine what is going to come out when the campaigning starts, because I will tell you.
Because I've been watching the politics for a little time, you know, and I tell you something, a party seeking a third consecutive term, with the performance that this government has, to be ahead in the polls, you don't suspect that a landslide is possible?
I'm just looking for 53 seats. I want to be realistic, so 53.
Protecting J, protecting J and neighbor. You guys realize that all you're saying about Andrew Wallace now is after a third term? No other leader in Jamaica ever have this strength behind them. After 2 terms, none.
Third term, yes.
Never. And that's why Andrew Wallace is so buoyant. He doesn't seem like a man who is concerned any at all. He's just having fun walking into the election. And I think that the most bothers the PNP.
Protecting JA, does it concern you that the PNP has lost 4 points, but the JLP hasn't managed to pick up any of the points, doesn't pick up a point? Based on that and the support.
Protecting, take a break.
I'm here.
You hear my question, protecting?
No, the PNP have lost 4 points because of us. It's
yes,
not
the fact that we haven't picked up any of those 4 points. Does that concern
me? That's we have
debunking.
It doesn't concern me that we haven't picked up the points yet, but we will be picking them up. Remember, you know, the poll, for what it's worth, and the questions that were asked is a snapshot in time at the time. The party's messaging has just begun to emerge through Marlon Morgan, and now we have him in the Senate. He's blazing up fire. And then we have APCA and the others. It's coming together. Now the people are still waiting for us to present to them why they should really give us a third term. They're also waiting for Mark Golding to tell them, what are you going to do different from what you did when you benefited from 44,000 Jamaicans going under? And they have not managed. Now I believe that it is the PNP who should be worried, because they should have presented their plans already, which they haven't. And because they haven't, then they're having some issues. And the issue that they have now, the main issue, is that they really need to tell the Jamaican people what it is they're about. So I'm not concerned, because by the time the pollsters go back in the field in April, well, I know Blue Dot going back in April, And by the time we begin to campaign, then the people will begin to warm over to our platform.
Clear up something, Protected. You said that the JLP has not yet provided the people of Jamaica a reason for them to vote for them.
No, man, no. The PMP.
Oh.
The PMP. The difference with that, the flip side of that is we have many bags full of goodies of reasons why the people should vote, but we have not yet begun to present to them why they should. It is us on here who have managed so far to convince the tides to change. We have managed to convince the people to begin to consider, just like a lady I had today for a couple of hours on another live. And by the time we were finished, by the time she was ready to go, I asked her, did you learn anything today? She said a whole lot. So by the time the messaging starts around the different issues in the society concerning people, then we will be on the up and up.
But
We can't
Protected,
go
not
down
to cut
again.
you, not to cut you, Protected. If I am driving around Jamaica, I am seeing roads on top of roads and everything. Do I still need you to tell me that what the government is doing?
That is politics, my brother.
No, politics is psychology, you know. It's just a game of psychology, that's all. Because guess what? The PMP are very well at telling you that the grey sky is blue. And it's just a matter of convincing people.
Scratching. Just to give you an example of what you said a while ago. I'm living in Portmore for 33 years now, right? The PMP, the main road in front of KFC to Nagohead and Brayton Road. The PMP don't fix it. They wait until I think it was last week them fix it. So everybody talking about bad road, but every morning you drive out, you really see the bad road with you. Although them have the money to fix the road. And the mayor was on nationwide telling the public that him not see anybody fixing road in Portmore. That was I-95. When I-95 road finished fixed by NAA, but the road, the internal road that he's supposed to fix, he not fix it because more everybody said the road now fix and the government now do nothing. And the reverse, he did that.
But based on what you guys are saying, then you're basically telling me then that all that the government is doing, then it is not resonating.
It is resonating, Scratchy, but there's a difference. You see, and again, I use this term on my last writing to the Prime Minister. I belabored this point in an in-depth way. Political communication is special. Why? Politics is a special sport. It's a special sport, and we have to recognize it as such. And we have used this analogy before, that you turn on your TV and watch the news at night time. Me know say KFC they bought from 1960 something, but KFC still advertise. And when KFC advertise, you say to yourself, you know, say a long time I don't eat a piece of chicken. Me have to go buy a piece Friday when me get paid. You know, it has its place just to have people reminded, especially we live in a social world, a digital social world or a social digital world. By somebody go on TikTok or Instagram, go look on somebody hairstyle. Then forget say the road where then they used to cuss about it fix until them go drive on your morning. So you have and a matter of fact, what the PMP are doing now to show you how smart they are, and they know that the psychology is important. They cannot say anymore that nothing now go on. So they begin to tell their supporters that what the government is doing is with the duty of the government anyway, so you don't have to give them glory for that. Who here, Dayton Campbell? It's a duty of the government, so you don't have to glorify them for it. But guess what? Who is going to turn the question back at the PMP and ask them? So if it's a duty of the government to fix up the country, why would you never fix up the country when under the government? And so the communication need to continue to keep it alive in people's minds, to keep it fresh, so that people can be able to sift through the different circumstances and arrive at a determination by themselves. So you still need to spend millions. When you see a political party, I spend hundreds of millions in elections in this 21st century just to appeal to people to support them. It makes sense. And you know, make no sense to shy away from it.
One love.
Yes.
So consequential is this third term, this election. You know, sir, I never ever thought that I would be on this program. If you know me, everybody up here know me. I never ever thought that I would be on this program, you know. But I feel that there has to
Do you know how much thousand like you because have come to the same position?
No, I feel, sir, that I have sucked salt through wooden spoon in Jamaica for years. And I feel that for the first time, I probably am older than many of you online here, that for the first time, you are beginning to see for young people, not my generation, you know, the young people of this country, that there is a brighter day coming for them. And I just feel that it is important for us to continue the development of the country and to leave it in the hands of these people for at least another 5 years. So consequential is this next election that you don't feel that there has to be more people getting involved?
Well, neighbor, the Prime Minister said this election is an election of a battle for the minds. You know? That is a whole book, you know. People don't look into what he said. When you listen to Mo earlier, use him as an example. No, for you to change somebody like Mo thoughts, to put it on a positive part for the growth of Jamaica, it is almost impossible. We were on a live since week. I'm going to give another live example. There's a son, a daughter, and a father using one phone. They said they're from St. Helens Bay. And the girl is there. She beckoning in the background, and the father beckoning in the background when she attack. Them just against the Labour Party. We so get them, I think, protecting Jamaica joining. We have them on the line for about 2 hours. And when we finish talking to them, I explained to them, I saw her on Plank live yesterday. She's in the midst of the JLP, and they are arranging to get her back.
So you
into
are
Art Academy.
You're broadening the tent. You are expanding the support for the party.
Yes.
And you think that this has to increase. You don't think that we have to do more to broaden this base. And I think the party should win convincingly.
Neighbor,
I stopped thinking about that.
I
stopped thinking about the party should win.
A lot of people pay attention to the politics now. Let us not be mistaken. I believe that the silent majority is who has been supporting the JLP for the last 2 election cycles. And these are the same people that was referred to by Baku because Gill as the articulate minority. And we must not take for granted that the silent majority, who technically is the articulate minority, needs to be convinced. They need to be reassured. I mean, why you have a relationship for 20 years or a marriage, but your wife still need assurance? You still love when your wife says to you, say, honey, I love you just like the first day I saw you. You see, reassurances are important, you know, because reassurance is sort of the maintenance of the psychological space. And so we have to invest in reassuring people that, listen, we started this journey. We're reminding you that this is what we said we were going to do. We have managed to get some of them done. We know that many of them could not have been done in 1 term. So we need your support as we move to another term to complete these things. And the difference is we have a JLP, we have a platform to run on. The PNP running and screaming.
Do you think though that the party may get complacent in the 3rd term, and we start seeing some things happening that will disappoint us? Do you think that there's that fear?
You mean after winning the 3rd term?
Yes.
There's no room for complacency, you know, especially no, I'm just saying there's no room for complacency, because if you have been like assessing what has been happening, as Protecting Jay rightly mentioned, politics is a psychological sport. You understand? It has a lot to do with psychology, right? And you can't just rely on your performance as a government. We're seeing that clear now. You still have, like, despite what is happening in the country, you still have so many persons who are just not receptive to it, you know? And you hear they will talk about the PNP and even after the PNP dismal performance in government, right? So you can't, there is no room for relaxation or complacency. You have to keep reassuring the people that this is the better government, right? And failure to do so, you know, say the traditional aspect of it and the psychological aspect of it will take root.
What does that mean for Medicaid? Because there are 72 million people.
And foresight, I think the height of the bar, you know, it is hard to move the bar to lower the bar now. And if you notice the political arena, from Bruce Golding step into politics, you realize the political bar keep going up. But Nigel Clark and Andrew Holness, I think, push it the furthest. It is hard to drop back the bar.
Medicaid, and this is a really important program.
Bridget.
Hi, hello neighbor. How you do? A long time.
Yes, you have divorced us over here, but that's fine.
No. I search for you like every day. I don't know.
We can remarry. Every relationship sometimes deserves a little break, eh?
Of course.
Bridget, I know that there are views about the Don Anderson polls, but I am not one that takes the view that polls shouldn't be looked at. Quite frankly, I see the poll with several positives for the party. From where you sit, Bridget, the PNP is 5 points ahead, based on my analysis. With a 5 point.
Where did you get that? The PNP?
The PNP, yes. That's on our GR at 12 o'clock today.
That the PNP. So the polls are conflicting then.
Yeah. We can't do that.
It depends on which one you want to believe.
But then, Bridget, that is a sad day in Jamaica where
exactly
where polls, we can't trust the polls.
Remember that. If you look at even what is happening on the ground, hello neighbor, you do not see the comparison with Andrew and Mark Golding to say the PNP would be ahead.
The poll has picked that up, though. The poll has picked that up. What the poll has suggested is that the PNP is losing support. But Scratch's point is that while the PNP is losing support, the people are moving into the uncommitted column. They're not going to the JLP.
According to Dan Anderson.
According to the poll, yeah.
Yeah.
You see, because Dan Anderson has lost some credibility over there from last year coming on. It is hard to take him serious. You understand? Because how one poll can be saying the JLP is 5% and the other one is. But the thing is, why I would believe the blue dot, they give you numbers. They give you numbers in different constituencies. What I see Dan Anderson doing is just telling us what we want to hear. We don't see any numbers. So
not what we want to hear.
Yeah, he's telling us what we want to hear, what the PNP wants to hear.
Yeah. Candidosan, how do two polls carry such divergent views?
Well, I don't understand the premise with them being so divergent because they seem not too far from, one doesn't seem too far from the other. Can you hear me clearly?
6.5? One saying 6, the other 5?
Yeah.
They're moving in A?
Moving in two different directions.
Especially with the margin of error, they're essentially the same thing. So it really lines up to me, unless I'm missing something. But the greater point that everybody seems to make with the what could possibly help the integrity of Dan Anderson moving forward, since his reputation has been taking such a battering.
Exactly.
And I'm glad Blue Dot exists, because now they can set the trend that you can no longer just put out the information and then have people run with it. You have to provide supplemental data, how you collect it, what fail-safes you have to make sure that it is accurate. And I appreciate that Blue Dot has decided to go ahead and do that while, highlighting that Don Anderson is falling behind in the times, that his method of putting out data is no longer socially acceptable, regardless of whether or not it's correct. It has to be able to be held up to certain levels of scrutiny, and right now Blue Dot is showing him up.
But statistically speaking, they're not far from each other if you take into consideration the margin of error, right? The plus or minus is there for a reason.
Cantidosa, there is the social factor in polls where people seeing a poll heading in one direction maybe leave the poll. In other words, polls carry with them a predictive power.
Yes.
To what extent you think that this poll, as I am suggesting and I suggested earlier, it is going to be on TVJ tonight, it's going to be in the papers tomorrow, it may lead the Sunday Gleaner headline. It has wide publicity. To what extent do you think that the social factor of the poll can impact Jamaicans at this time to create the bandwagon?
Okay. So it will have a bandwagon effect. However, just like the collapse in support that the PNP expressed since, was it September or October's data, it will eventually run its course and run out of steam. Right? And
you think that there are people in Jamaica, Cantidosan, that really feel that the PNP is 5 points ahead? You really think so?
Yes, they're the die-hearted people. Everybody have the die-hearted supporters. And I think these polls...
You mean PNP people?
Yeah, yes, PNP people. And I think these polls, the only people susceptible to them will be the undecideds, who are very finicky right now, because as the poll shows, they're no longer supporting the PNP to the same level as they were, and they've gone right back to sitting on the fence. So yes, it will have a bandwagon effect, but it will...
How we take them off of the fence? Go ahead, Scratchy.
Cantidosa neighbor, I put on my neutral cap, and I am judging both polls, and I think that the Blue Dot poll is more scientifically driven than the Dananis poll. Taking reference, Blue Dot poll tell you that 42% of Jamaicans say that the government is going in the wrong direction. Blue Dot went in detail and told you that of that 42%, 68% of them are supporters of the People's National Party. And tell you how much percentage Jamaica Labour Party and tell you who is undecided. Go over now to the Dan Anderson poll. 47% of Jamaicans going in the wrong direction. Dan Anderson tell you that of that 47%, 78% or 74% say they will voting for the opposition party. They don't give you the details like a Blue Dot poll. They leave persons to speculate and think.
And the Blue Dot poll, Blue Dot poll each.
You know what confused me? You know what confused me with that and this poll? When they said the JLP is a better party to run the country, but the PNP love the people more. Anybody can define it for me, please? Because I am.
Yeah, I saw that one.
When you know the JLP is a better party at creating jobs, right? But the PNP.
A handout party.
I think the Blue Dot poll is more detailed in its finding. I think it's more scientifically driven. Then unless you just come out and say, give you numbers and just spew things and don't go more in detail. I would like to know the 47% of Jamaicans who say the country is going in direction. I think they should give us a snapshot just like Blue Dot. How many of those persons are PNP supporters? How many of those persons are JLP supporters? How many of those persons are undecided?
Another thing too, you know, Scratchy. Blue Dot did 1,500. Dan just did a little bit over 1,000. I think they did at 1,012. That's the number.
1,100. It's still in the margin of error. They both have the same margin of error of 2.5.
But Blue Dot would give you at least say more than 100.
I think 1,500.
Yeah, but when we look at the margin of error, Bridget, it's still in the margin of error. So in case any error is there, they're about the same. They're still in the same region. But what I'm saying is, Blue Dot give you more detail. Blue Dot tell you.
We agree with that.
How many persons out of the 42% who say that the government is going in the wrong direction? They give you a synopsis. They tell you how many of these persons are supporters of the Jamaica Labour Party.
But Scratchy, if you notice the two polls, you know, if you look at the trend of the two polls, they were actually both saying same thing until now, you know. I didn't hear it today because I really don't listen to RJR news.
Again,
But
the Dana poll again said that the Jamaica Labour Party is the Prime Minister is 10% more popular.
Yeah.
Than 10% more than the PNP. And then when you come to the findings now, the party standing, they are 5%.
Confusing.
Yeah.
So these things will leave you to wonder if some form of data manipulation is being played here.
Yes. Know that.
And we must remember that Jamaica is a leader-centric country, so people will gravitate to the leader more, right?
And
personally, I believe after this election, Dan and this not start lose business. You know, start lose business after the election because the PMP is going to lose. They are going to lose, and they are going to lose by the same 6% or 12%. And Dan Anderson's credibility is going to come into question. And I hope that the money that PMP PM, let's say a RJR poll, I hope the money where PMP PM can serve him until he all angry and dead.
Protecting is going to correct himself before election.
Which he usually does.
Because
election,
protecting, you just don't see that, you don't feel if I would be honest to myself and say, boy, brother, you know, say, we really see it on the ground, the two parties like out there, and you can see the people gravitating to PMP or gravitating to the JLP. You just don't see that when Mark Golden is out there. You just don't see the people gravitating.
No, discuss that on the poll so much, you know, because this is nothing new with Dana's doing.
That's a waste of time.
Dana's normally have two polls. He has two polls. One for the campaign.
Dan and this is not going into election, right? Polling PNP at a 5-point lead. He's not going in election like that. It might come when it draw closer to election. Is he them guy instead of JLP?
Must say neck and neck.
Or them guy said dead heat.
But guys, listen again why we can't believe Dan Anderson. He said last year, you know, no remember he said the PM, was it last year when? Somebody remind me when he said they were 9 or 11 points ahead. When was that again?
September.
Huh?
September.
All right. So they're gradually losing ground then.
Yes. No. When I listen to Dan Anderson, all Dan Anderson do.
No, but me on that show,
He's just take off 4 off of that. He's just take off 4 off of 9. That's all.
All right, protecting JA. Protecting JA.
But that means they're losing ground and protecting JA.
Bridget, before the
no, I just don't want to look fake.
Before the poll release. Yesterday.
That doesn't make sense. You
yesterday, guys. Bridget, yesterday I had a conversation with a sitting councillor from the People's National Party. And that person was telling me that they're seeing on the ground where the Jamaica Labour Party, the governing party, is rising. Persons are there's a rising emergence of them. They're getting more attractive. Now we were talking about. Now hold on, we were talking about the polls numbers, and he was saying to me that it's clear that the Jamaica Labour Party is in the lead, but he doesn't see how Danance can come to the people and put the Jamaica Labour Party in the lead after a 9-point lead in September. And exactly this is what he did. This is what we were talking. I talked about this yesterday with a PNP. He said that Danance won't put us in the lead after a 9-point lead in September.
Yeah, but that wouldn't make any sense. But that means you're losing ground in less than a year.
It wasn't meant to make sense. The people who don't think and are not analytic, they will grab a hold of this. That's what it was meant for. It never meant to be logical. It was meant to hold the people who are illogical. That's all.
And the next thing again, protecting JA, what I think is, that's why I know that Danance doesn't go in detail with his poll like the Blue Dot. Despite the 5-point lead, I think he should have come clear and said, despite this 5-point lead, this is not enough to bring the People's National Party ahead to win the election, because 5 points cannot let them win the election.
No, but Scratchy, not even that. Blue Dot show you where, like you would see the different constituencies, and they will tell you, but him just come out 5%, but which constituency are they leading to
Blue
give them 5%?
Yeah. Which 18 seat will they win?
Exactly.
Blue Dot goes in the field. Dan Anderson go up on Facebook. There's no comparison.
Protecting JA and Scratchy. Protecting JA and Scratchy. Over the years, you see, Dan Anderson practiced two things. He has one poll that they used to campaign to trick the crowd. And when it close to election, like a week or two before election, then he gave you a poll that is close to the facts. That is the history of Dan Anderson. So one poll campaign for the PNP to boost the people and say, no, the PNP is leading, the PNP is leading. And then it close to the election, like 2 weeks, then I to release a next poll again and give it that is close to the facts. I'm practice.
When am I trying to save your reputation? We know the strategy, and that is why. All right. As Mark going the other day went down to, I think it was in Westmoreland, right? We were doing some campaign in Westmoreland, and they interviewed him and asked him, you know, how are things looking for him? And based on it was, trust me, you can hear that in his voice, there was just very low confidence. You understand?
Body language.
Yeah, body language, him not sound too sure because they have been winning back Westmoreland. So him all win 18 seats.
Exactly, and I'm not a fan of Karen Cross. I don't listen her, I don't trust her, but I hear that a group up there gone down there gonna campaign against Dayton Campbell because they're determined that he's not going to win that seat.
But Forsyth, the 5-point lead that he shows for them is not enough to win 18 seats.
Exactly.
5-point lead is not bringing them to 18 seats.
Thank you very much, Scratchy.
What is it? That's why I'm saying, which constituency are you going to win? That you can win by 5 points. You have to,
just want to keep up the moral at the base. That's all. You have
to tell us that.
You have problem
and Scratchy. And Scratchy at the same time, remember that the PNP have 3 marginal seats, you know. That JLP definitely can win, you know.
Exactly.
Out of the 14. So it will be 18. It will have to be 20. It will have to be 21.
Right now, it's not so safe, you know. It's not so safe.
If you have problem in a constituencies where you have a lot of strong PNP support, then a JLP seat you are going?
Yeah.
You have problem at Central Kingston, you have to run up and down. You have problem at Westmoreland, you have to run up and down.
Yeah.
Right?
And next thing again, Forsyth.
Seats that they think
you went to a parish like Westmoreland as the opposition leader, where you last year 3 constituencies, and you only go into 1 constituency to tour.
Thank you very much.
But not even that in a Scratchy. When he went into the one, I saw him down there. When he was making his speech, there wasn't anybody much there standing in a you could see that you have more cars more than people. Trust me, because I saw it.
Mark going on no traction on the road. No traction in the road.
So? I don't think so.
The reception is very, very low. Weak reception towards him. Right?
And Forsyth, you know
Andrew,
that the people...
Everybody I try call to Andrew. Everywhere Andrew go.
And Forsyth,
it's a clear difference.
With Fox, you know that the People's National Party is a party that it's their leader who normally bring them across the line more than even the Jamaica Labour Party.
Yeah.
That is true.
Yeah, Portia. That's why they
Portia from Manley to PJ to Portia. Yeah. And they have yet to gain back a popular leader from Portia St. Miller.
From Portia, yeah.
And if Portia could have lose, what that tell you?
Exactly. But see, somebody was reminding us that before the local government election, I'd said that the PNP were 9 points ahead. And
yes, so when I'm start cut it down because him can't just cut down from 9 to say JLP a leader or him can't cut from 9.
Exactly, that's the discussion that I had with the council yesterday.
Yeah, him can't cut it from 9 and just say JLP.
He couldn't just come put the Jamaica Labour Party in the lead after 9 points for the PNP.
You know?
It might take time shave it off.
Yeah, shave it off.
Has the JLP never commissioned analysis at all?
No, that I can recall.
Most of the clothes in the JLP commission, they don't release it.
It might take time shave, yeah. Better can buy shaving cream one time.
So we don't have anything to do with the blue that poll in the Kadoso. We don't have anything to do with it. But RGR, they are the one who commissioned that, and listen, you know where RGR lean to.
I don't know. It's not a JLP or PNP a lead and PNP turn around lose elections. I don't know.
I don't know. I can't see them winning. They would have to tell me those 18 constituencies that they're gonna win. I need to hear that from Dan Anderson.
But it take 18 to level, you know. They have to go by 18.
Yeah, we'll have to win 18.
He didn't say they're gonna win 18 seats. He said they have a 5-point lead. 5 point don't matriculate to 18 seats. 5-point lead matriculate about 7 or 8 seats.
Yeah.
No,
But
man, a lead is a lead.
A lead is a lead, Scratchy.
No. You have to look at the gap that is already there. There's almost a 12-point gap. There's a 12-point gap that's there.
That's not for you.
Who said where did hold on? Scratchy, where did Dan Anderson say the JLP had a 12-point gap?
No, not now. The win that we win, the 49-14 seat that we currently have right now is a 12-point gap.
You were
saying
saying
to gain for a massive swing, they have to have up to a 10-point swing to win the election.
Yes.
That is natural. Yeah.
You have to apply.
People understand it like how me and you, like how you explain it to me and we say, okay,
when he says that they have a 5-point lead, isn't he saying that the PNP will win the election?
No,
it doesn't matriculate to that.
That's not how it can.
No, but that is how people perceive it to be. Hello, neighbor. We are here. We are doing the numbers, but yes, Jesus. Some labor.
Even all right, foresight. Even with the 6-point lead that the blue that posted that we have, we're gonna lose seat. We're gonna lose up to 10 seats.
Yes. So what you have to do? So assuming that the lead is uniform.
Hold on 1 minute. Hello, neighbor. But it doesn't reflect in the numbers. Then if we're gonna lose 10 seats according to the blue that polls, right? It doesn't reflect on the map that they're showing us.
If you put it on a graph sheet, it just can't correspond.
Remember, the map that they're showing, Bridget, you have 3 parishes that are tied. How many constituencies are in those 3 parishes that are tied? Those can swing anyway. Yeah, they are leading in and over.
So the statistician is using the numbers, because remember that the Labour Party has 49 seats, and so for the PNP to win the election, they need a pickup of 18 seats.
Yes. To level it sealed. To level it.
Follow here.
To win the election, 18 seats win the election.
Swing at this time would put the PNP at 47.8%. Okay, so that's 42.8. That's what they had. They have gained 5 points. They are now at 47.8%, and the JLP is still at 52.1. That's 57.1 minus 5. So you take off the 5% of the Labour Party's majority. They won by 12 points. You have to take that off. So the swing would result now in a pickup for the PNP. So what you have to do after this is to apply the 5% to the constituencies. So any constituency that the JLP won with less than 5% is a pickup for the PNP.
Did the poll in the last election predicted a 12-point lead for the JLP?
No,
it didn't.
Bill Johnson had them up at 17%.
Bill Johnson yes. Was the last election.
The Melo FM poll had the JLP 17% up.
And the Trinidad poll from Trinidad had them at about 16-17 as well.
Oh man, Bill Johnson was around the last election. Did he poll?
Yeah, man.
Bill Johnson, Trinidad poll stuff.
Yeah.
So the 5-point lead that analysis is telling us about, the 5-point lead is not going to bring them.
But
Bill Johnson polled after that, right?
Yeah, he died after that. But Scratchy, the only pollster that really got it right was Ramsanoon, or what his name was.
Yeah, the Trinidad pollster.
Rampasoon. He was the only one that got it right.
Guys, Bridget.
Yes, Card.
That is 2016 you're talking about.
Right.
Not 2020.
Oh, yeah.
What's Bill
2016, guys. 2016. Hall poll, including Dan Anderson poll, have the JLP lose in the election.
Right.
It is only the Trinidadian pollster said that we were going to win it.
Exactly.
Election morning, hold on to and listen to this. Election morning, when me I get ready to come out of my house up on the road, 2016, Dan Anderson was on TV, said it is impossible for the JLP to win the election. Election morning 2016. I would beat them by a nail-biting finish, as we all know. No.
Yeah.
So that what it was 2016.
So, was it 2000? What was the percentage in 2020?
It was I almost sure that it was a double-digit leading up to the
Yes, we had a double-digit lead, Carl. Yes.
For the JLP?
Yeah, in favor, right. So no, in fairness, no poll was showing the PNP a lead in a 2020. None. No poll.
You sure,
Every
Carl?
single poll.
Yeah, man.
Yes, it was Dan was closest to them.
The JLP in double-digit lead. It wasn't that long.
But look here. I buy Greener newspaper. I buy newspaper. Newspaper drop on my yard for over 20 years now. The both newspaper. And this morning when I take up the paper, I never expect the poll. I expect to see the poll tomorrow, right? The party finding. And usually the party finding always a big headline on the front page. When I looking at the people that you search, when I skip part and going inside of the inside page and down one little page and about 3 paragraphs, the most argument in the greener. So me I say, how can this be? A national poll, a poll like this where have the PNP lead. Normally, the flare and the hype where they follow this.
Yeah.
It's supposed to come out on a Sunday.
Right.
Carl, you are saying the poll came out today. I started buying the green about 3 years now. You said the poll came out today.
The poll came out today.
Yeah, one love. That's what we're discussing. The poll that come out today.
Poll always come out on a Sunday.
Sunday, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, always a Sunday. Remember, Sunday is a big day for the greener, I know.
This is a precursor for tomorrow, so the polls
Sunday is a big day for the greener. So I'm more readers.
It's coming out tomorrow too.
It's gonna be at the headline tomorrow.
Come out tomorrow.
It's gonna be at the headline tomorrow.
Yeah. Remember, the gleaner, Sunday's gleaner is written already,
Yes.
Today, right, the paper don't put to bed from
man, but that not released yet.
The release yet. So take my word, it is going to be in the papers tomorrow.
Yes, it's already
but hold on there, neighbor. That would be stale news.
No, it can go stale because not many people buy the Saturday paper.
No,
but publish it today then.
But look here, this poll they're on the Gleaner website already.
No,
if you go on the Gleaner website, you'll see it.
No, Carl, I hear a person saying in the chat that it's not on their website.
It is not.
Yes, it's not. Well, this morning Gleaner, I try look for the Gleaner. I don't know where the Gleaner turned. Me looking up,
some semantics. Some semantics is there.
It's not on their website.
You see, the Gleaner this morning inside page, I was so frightened because me now look feet. Today,
hello, neighbor.
Tomorrow.
Hello, neighbor. There's a girl in the chat. K. Martin is saying that Andrew can't trick us as young people again. We give him a chance and he failed us. Would you allow K to come up and tell us what has Andrew failed with?
You obviously
guarantee she's not going to come up.
Okay, all right.
No. Sure. I would like to hear what he has. I mean, people just make statements like those. I would like to hear what he has failed the young people with.
Sometimes
Bridget, you was listening.
Give them a platform to come spread them spew a lie and then thing. Let me tell you straight.
Okay.
Were you listening before you came up, Bridget?
Probably not.
So Carl, what we're saying is, Carl, even with this 5-point lead that they put the PNP in.
What happened?
Hold on, Bridget.
Okay.
No, there's a gentleman you heard, I don't even remember his name, that Protecting Jamaica was asking him some direct question. The man moo, and he was very fluent when he criticized. And when he answered the question him directly, him stutter. He had a hiccup. Neighbor started to laugh when my name.
Look here. Let us
continue with the conversation.
Yeah, look here. Let us. I for not one point I said, don't put the emphasis on the poll. The poll is what it is, and we need faith, but as Foresight and all of us would agree, when it comes down to the nitty-gritty, Dan Anderson will correct himself. We have seen him do it over and over. So don't worry
to save his business.
But you can all right, and you can imagine the PNP have come from 9 points and gone back down to 4 now.
That is what I'm saying. That's their losing ground.
In April, they were 7 percentage points ahead. This was increased to 9 percentage points in the September poll. So the trend
somebody read it.
During 2024, in fact, the momentum was with them until then. In the last 4 months, however, they have not been able to continue that appeal. It's interesting to note, though, that against the background of this fall off in voter support for the People's National Party, this has not gone to the benefit of the Jamaica Labour Party. Instead, the number of people who are uncommitted has increased, whereas the Jamaica Labour Party support has moved from 30.2% in September to 30.7% in the January-February poll. 32% equally said they would vote for the People's National Party and the Jamaica Labour Party on the basis of tradition, whereas 16% said they would vote for the People's National Party because we need a change now, and 16% said they'd vote for the Jamaica Labour Party because they believe they would better manage the country.
You're right. So that's the 12 o'clock RGR post that. So I'm saying to you that RGR has that now. Tomorrow, you're going to see it in the papers. Carl, you're saying it came out in today's Gleaner?
Yes, it came out today in today's Gleaner. The only thing I expect tomorrow is some commentary from some analysts in the paper tomorrow. That's all I expect. But
Accommodate big and bold on the front page.
No, man. You're saying that
there's no bigger poll won't be coming out. The party standard come out today.
Yes, I'm saying, but did it come on the front page?
No.
Why
put the same story in the paper twice? Why put the same story in the paper twice?
Carl, it's stale news, I've said enough. It's stale news selling up. It's not news, fresh news selling up. Whatever the Gleaner put in the paper is yesterday's news coming in the paper today.
Yeah.
Somebody is saying in the chat that it is on the RGR website.
Yes, it's on the website. It's Gleaner. The Sunday Gleaner is the most read paper in the red.
Yeah. But if somebody in the chat is saying that it is on the Gleaner website, no, that is it.
No, RGR. Yes. It is on RGR website.
RGR owned by Gleaner and Gleaner owned by. Remember, it's a group.
When they print it in the paper tomorrow, it's going to be more detailed.
Yeah, well, we shall see what we shall see. But it is not anymore because we already know what is what. It is stale news. It becomes stale news after today.
What they do is they release it today to get everybody hype up so the paper can sell tomorrow. It's a marketing strategy.
Yeah.
Well.
And we have to remember again, Carl, it's stale news that sell. The news that we get today is yesterday news.
Well, labor rights, we have a job to do, and we have to maintain our present, and we can't fall down now. There's no time for complacent, and we must at no time be daunted by any poll. Even if the poll come out and say we're 10 points behind, no problem. We need for focus. Like it's the way it was say. We don't have no time for focus on them because most of them are spin doctor.
You're a realist. Do you think that the wide cross section of JLP supporters share that view? Should that be a message that the party puts
Well,
out its
the wide JLP people not even read penetrate poll, I want to tell you that. It's only the articulate, intelligent, really penetrate poll. So on both sides of both parties, the wider group of people that penetrate poll.
Robert?
I think they penetrate poll, Carl. What I think is they don't analyze it. They don't go into the critical details. But I think to hear that your party is in the lead, they believe in that.
Yes. Robert?
What I'm saying, the man in the street, the little man, right? But can barely spell poll. Him not penetrate poll.
He can't spell poll, Carl, but he never hear it. He never promote. He never hear say PNP lead by 5%.
No, hear me now.
All him want hear.
Hear me now. What may I say? Me not go fight with you with that. But may I say, my humble looking at it, humble way of looking at it.
Watch and see by Monday morning on social media. You say all PNP depend. PNP lead by 5%.
Yeah, but the PNP, but boss, but you have to understand that the PNP when they on social media is not like the normal like a PNP. Remember, these are bloggers just like those are bloggers just like me.
Bloggers, Carl. Everybody, all of you use social media. More common man depend the social media. Everybody uses social media. Everybody have an Instagram account. Everybody have a Facebook account. Everybody have a TikTok page. The fact that PNP, not talk about bloggers, I'm not talking the fact that PNP lead by 5%, that is what will spread and that a man going to emerge from. Or we analyze it and go to critical details like them not do that.
Maybe you not understand what I say. I don't say it won't spread, say PNP lead by 5. But trust me, it poll, as you and I know, say it not win election. Yes, but at the same time, we not downplay. I don't want to sound like me talk out of two sides of my mouth. I want you to understand what I say. Me and you understand, say, a man I got here same party a lead, so I'm going to run with it. But the little man same way, him still know whether the poll are same party down or him up. Him still going to vote for PNP or him going to vote for Labour Rights for JLP same way, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. So what you're saying over that point there?
Yeah, so me I said to we say, while I don't want us, which me know none of us on this platform now do me about to say, I don't want us to be daunted because of any PNP poll. And at the same time, I don't want us to just push aside poll. I need us to analyze, critics, look on the thing objectively and move forward.
I think based on the track record of Dan Anderson poll, right? And we know the pattern of Dan Anderson. We shouldn't even be spending so much time, right? Talking about the Dan Anderson poll, because the truth is, this is what draw attention. This is only drawing more attention to his poll, right? What we need to focus on is just the campaign strategy going forward. Make the JLP supporters and electorate feel us on the ground. And that will be more convincing than any other poll. Dan Anderson will have to correct himself eventually, as they always do.
But let me ask you some foresight and the rest of Bridget. Which one I will never expect this from Dan Anderson?
No, I must tell you the truth. I expected that the Anderson
poll. You never expect that foresight?
No, hold on. Make me about answer. It must say something.
I expected, because remember, when you're looking at polls, there's a reason why they do the precursor questions. What they want to do is to prime you. Now, if you analyze the precursor questions, for example, which leader is more popular? Is the country going in the right direction? How popular is the opposition leader? All of the precursor questions suggest that the Labour Party would be ahead. That's my reading. I thought, Anderson has always been very conservative, but I thought he would have had the Labour Party ahead by 3 points, 3 or 4 points. Not too scratchy.
How long have you been observing Dan Anderson, neighbor?
I have observed Dan Anderson from Dan Anderson start polling in Jamaica. I have, and let me tell you something. Apart from Carl Stone, the Anderson polls were the polls, After Carl Stone stopped polling, then you had Mark Wignall took on the Carl Stone polling organization for a while. Didn't do very well with it. He was doing some poll for the Observer. Bill Johnson came in. Bill Johnson worked, but didn't have such a very good record. But the Anderson polls were the ones that people waited for. Right, Scratch?
Exactly. At one point in time, that answer was the main poster that the whole island and the whole country was looking for. And I think he has let the opposition party and other external persons ruin his character and damage his credibility.
Having gotten it wrong so many times, right? Do you think Dan Anderson poll should still be that poll that we look forward to seeing?
But remember now, all right. We agree, see at one point in time, not long, at one point in time, especially the election of 2007, him have it spot on. Him predict it spot on when Bruce Colin and the JLP win that election. So that election, him really predict it right, and he did have some credibility at that time. But after that, him really mess up, especially the 2016. Based on his utterance, as I said earlier on in the discussion, based on his utterance, especially election morning, as I said, while I was leaving my house to go up on the road election morning 2016, Dan Anderson in an interview with TVJ said it is impossible for the Jamaica Labour Party to win the election.
So Carl, at what point he placed the JLP ahead in the 2007 election? When it come close to the election,
when it come close. All right, remember? Remember? Foresight. All right, listen to this. Do you remember the election had also put off in 2007?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because of the weather also.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think when it was October and it called for whatever time and it had
put off by a month, by 1 month.
Yeah, put off by a month. Okay. When the poll, when him come back with the last poll, when it put off, him have way ahead, and it was spot on. Yes, and I have been following him from in the 90s. Really, in the 90s, him come to.
We already had us before that.
Huh?
We already had us before that. Yeah, the PNP.
Well, before that, him usually do some poll where said the PNP, the PNP are lead and them really win.
I remember the whole 2007 election.
No, man, and that same year with Bruce Golding, you would have done several polls.
Oh, yeah, man. He did add us behind. He did add us behind.
Okay, so that may I try for sure you say. And the same thing will happen now.
Foresight, for the 2007 election, remember that very vividly. I'm going to give him credit. Throughout the whole election period, he was spot on. Even when time Bruce Golding come in, I remember Dan Anderson saying that the country is changing, the country is feeling the change, and everything, the whole time he was spot on. He was calling the change for the Jamaica Labour Party the whole election.
Okay.
He was giving Bruce Golding maximum props during that election.
All right, cool.
Yeah, remember the 2007 election.
I cannot recall all of his
Yeah, I remember, man. Camila look back on some. I
know the one.
He's going to correct himself before election, though.
Yeah, we know that, man. Him always said the one who lose credibility with at the 2016. And it's not just in poll; it's the argument when him come out with. But it is impossible. The argument election.
I remember Dan Anderson ever poll right through the election, leading up to election and showing JLP ahead right up to that. Maybe 2020 when
2020.
Maybe 2020 when it was so clear him couldn't do better in that year. Maybe that year, but him always show the PNP ahead until it come close to election him correct himself. That's how I know him poll.
You know, I remember Foresight that year was the first time I could have voted. I remember he was talking about the resurgence of the young persons who were heading in the direction of the Jamaica Labour Party. He was talking about all of that too. Remember it, man. Remember the Jamaica Labour Party.
And the first time you was voting, Scratch, it was when? 2007?
2007.
Okay.
So you think enough is happening now for the PNP and the ground for overturn at 18 seat lead?
No, sir.
18 seat majority? You feel that strength
release
of
the
the PNP?
mandate.
You feel that strength, Scratchy?
For overturn 18 seats?
Yeah.
No, I honestly don't see that. Again, as I'm saying,
We not feel that energy from the PNP.
No, I from the onset foresight, my thing was I was always telling everybody, when you look at this election, mathematically, the advantage is JLP in every way you look at it mathematically.
Yeah, but Scratchy and foresight.
Remember, Carl, the budget not read yet, and we campaign.
Yeah, man, we understand that. We understand all of that, but you see,
we don't really start campaign.
Yeah, man, we understand that, but guess what now? Why I always say this, not for us to get complacent, because I remember at one point in time we did have all 60 and we end up lose 45. So nothing is far-fetched. We can't say.
I think the electorate has changed over those years.
I really don't like reason a certain way. If you say, boy, we can't. No. I really cautious. Because experience teaches wisdom. And
when I look back on them days, Carl, voter fraud was one of the main things when I kill with them.
But be that as it may, Scratchy. You see, if you're weak, you're weak. You see, if you're weak in a
if you have voters fraud, and you have
Bridget, but let me land.
Let him land.
Let me finish. Bridget, you see, if you're and guys, you see, if you're weak in a constituency, you're weak. No fraud can't go on in a way you live if you're strong. Trust me. So all of these things have to take in consideration. Back in those days, the JLP did weak.
Yeah,
because so much things was against us.
There are many more factors that play now in a car.
So, Carl,
I understand that. I mean, I'll take with that from it.
Carl, you don't think the electorate is much more literate right now compared to those days?
Oh, God. Oh, sure, man. Oh,
with
sure.
Information at our fingertip and everything right now.
Oh, sure. But that is why I say, when you're weak, because you say, Scratchy, you say, that love our electoral and fraud you let it take place in them time. And I am saying to us, say, be that as it may, when you're weak in a no fraud can go on in a West Kingston, or in a Mike Henry constituency, or in a Babsy constituency. PNP can't ramp with us.
No, Carl, come on. But
a different norm and you can't
JLP.
Fraud I got happening. All right, Carl, you know that someone told me that, I have somebody, and we should disclose it, but someone told me that it's from 2002 JLP did win the election.
Yeah.
Yes,
fraud going, big fraud going for 2002.
Some seem more marginal than some. So the fraud now go really, some of the strong constituencies, right? Like the Mike Henry I talk about.
Let me tell you something, man.
Fraud. It might not be enough.
Fraud used to take place right in the electoral office to,
Notice when we win the election, Carl, we won the election after the voter list cleaned up. Danville Walker came in and cleaned up the voters list. And how much in dead people name off for the list. Then we won the 2007 election.
And Ryan Peralta and people have reformed the electoral system.
Let me tell you something. It's just mind games always a play. And we catch up on the mind games now. I'm telling you, JLP, right? Has more silent voters, they have more JLP supporters, right? It's just that in terms of converting them, supporters, I should say, a lot of JLP supporters, right? That we can tap into. We just need to convert them into voters, right? The country is more green than orange. I can tell you that.
You're the one that Anderson, no? That even though the PNP has lost ground, the JLP is not benefiting from those cohort of voters. You heard him?
Foolishness that. Let me tell you something. Right now, even Central St. Mary, they must say if the PNP not careful, them can lose it.
Yeah.
JLP supporters are upbeat. The thing with JLP, they tend to just leave certain seats, ignore certain seats, and decide, so look here, we're not going with that seats. Right? The JLP don't pursue certain seats aggressively.
they don't take the time to know how much JLP votes they can get out of those seats. It's a kind of giving up and just concentrating on the seats they think they can win. But JLP always can win more seats than they think they can win.
And Foresight and Carl, remember this again now, Carl. You know you might be you might be older than me. I remember, I know, Carl. When did the JLP win that by-election on St. Anne with Shiny Robinson?
Exactly.
2002.
Remember JLP would have won. Darrell Vaz seat, was controlled by
2001 when we win the St. Anne seat.
2001. Okay.
Yeah.
Look,
right.
when we in our by-election, let's say the 2002 election, a lot of pundits and persons we have close knowledge to it. So
but scratch, I disagree with some of what you are saying.
No, bro.
I say to you, my brother, is that there's a lot of factor was at play during the 90s and early 2000s why we lose so much election. There was a lot of factor.
Yeah, a lot of including the
including a party who was not so popular. Fight among themselves. We have a leader who was never so popular. So there's a lot of things that was against us.
You're right, Carl.
Yeah, so that is why we can't compare them to know because
exactly.
One of the things we must understand, look at Anne-Marie Vaz seat and Darrell Vaz seat. All right, Anne-Marie Vaz seat was a PNP stronghold, so many years before Anne-Marie Vaz won it, right? And she held on to that seat. She's one of what, 2-time MP? Shiny Robinson was one such
seat. 2.5 MP.
Yeah, 2.5, because she didn't really
two full-time.
Exactly. It was her first general election.
Before Darrell Vaz won that seat in Portland, it was controlled by a PNP for many years.
Yeah, man.
Right. So you have to, when you look at the pattern, you realize that JLP MPs are holding on to seats that were once PNP stronghold.
True.
Solidify fair seat down there, so now too. Remember, it was Dalrymple and it was PNP win one of the constituency, and Dalrymple would have won the JLP constituency. So everywhere you look at it, you can see that the JLP has the advantage. It's just that the JLP sometimes tend to think that I don't believe.
Gigi want to say something.
That they can win certain seats.
Good afternoon, Gigi. Good
afternoon, sir.
Yeah, man. All right. So I just want to add to the done on the support, and then I must tell you I'm not surprised.
Gigi, are you the Governor General, sir?
I would hope so. But anyway, I'm not surprised. Because his rhetoric for the past couple of years has been it. And you have to also understand, the PNP use polls as a strategy. It's a part of the whole strategy, even in their internal campaign. Remember at one point when Peter Bunting was going against Peter Phillips? He was ahead. That honestly did those polls. So it's a mind game on the psychology. And I want to point you to something that Neighbor had just mentioned. The subsequent questions that were asked. And you realize that JLP were ahead in most, if not all of them. And to come to the polling of the two parties, you realize, PNP is by a file. Certain things just don't make sense, gentlemen. I don't know if you just accept that. Right? Certain things just don't logically make sense. And you can understand, if you also look at some of the questioning, how they were questioned, how the wording of the subsequent questions were labeled. They kind of were worded in a way that people hardly understand what you're even asking them.
Sure.
So they will want to form an opinion that, negatively JLP is being affected and positively PNP. But for me, one of the things that don't make sense that John Lady just mentioned it a while ago. With PNP losing ground from September, you're telling me that JLP don't gain since September.
Exactly.
So those are logics that you have to be. Those numbers, I can tell you this. Why he probably took so long to come out with these polls is because the numbers were frightening. They had to cook it.
They were cooking it.
You're going to accept
that. I'm going to now jump to what Carl is saying.
we must not get complacent. And that is what Carl has been driving home. Don't even pay attention to this, because the other factor that you guys have to put in your mind, it is a Gleaner poll. Gleaner has shown their hand from day one, gentlemen. Don't lose sight of that. So Carl, still drive home the point. Let us not get complacent, and I'm going to tell you this. If we don't drop this ball and we end up, sometimes maybe this is good too, you know. Maybe this will put some doubt in some JLP people to make we even stride even further. To make sure say the votes get into the ballot. To the point that I tell you, this is going to be an election that they're going to get a beating. I'm telling you that. Even more than what they have going to lose more of those 14 seats. I promise you that.
I believe
Where
that.
are you, Gigi? Where are you?
Sorry?
Where are you?
Portmore. Turlough.
How is Big Rob looking over there, man? I hear Turlough is safe, but Big Rob not looking so good.
No, and these look here. I tell you guys already, you know, the Prime Minister hasn't hit the ground in a real way yet, you know.
Don't move, my son. Don't move.
The third term is on. Polls are showing positive momentum for the JLP. Stay tuned. Active and strong, the third term is on. Term is on. Strong, the third term is on.
True. Yeah, so what I'm saying, even these projects that even the Prime Minister visited yesterday, you know, it is a way to transition view to those areas. The parish aspect, the driving home those points, the showing through the development. And the truth of the matter, the JLP machinery hasn't kicked in a real way as yet.
But why has the performance of the government not been the impetus that drives the party to success?
Look here, we're a spoiled set of nation, and we are spoiled set we always want. And what you have to understand, the tide has changed somewhat in terms of the younger generation now. There's a level of impatience. They want what they want, and they want it now. You understand? There's this lack of what you see. The experience of the past would help people like me who understand what the 90s was, right? And you had a more loyal set of people back then, whether to JLP or PNP.
When you speak of the 90s, Gigi, what exactly are you speaking about?
No, the PJ Patterson era, everybody know that period was a disaster, which I experienced in a full some way. I was the one who explained about me attending high school in 1990. A boarding institution in Monroe, St. Elizabeth. And when I attended Monroe in 1990, school fee was $900. And by 1993, school fee was $15,000 a term. So the concept, what people need to understand, and people need to, understand what it means by economic viability. And when Andrew keep on coming talking about the economy, it gives me a full perspective now. I understand fully what it means to have a stable economy.
Yes, and you know, Gigi, a lot of the things that people are talking about government should be doing, there is no way it can be done without the growth in the economy, you know.
And that is a simple logic.
You make a fundamental point that must never be left out of the discussion.
Everybody wants social programs, everybody wants road to fix, everybody wants hospital, everybody wants this, but you cannot do it without money. And the only way you're going to fix those things if you have money to do them. If you don't
not only money, Gigi, but money that the country produces.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. What it means, you get more people to work, you collect more taxes, more revenue, so you can pay the people and do other things. Do the social programs that you want. But
this is why this year the government has improved its expenditure.
And that's the point.
But that's the point Andrew has been driving home, you know.
So you have no. I'm saying to you, what is happening to us? We have this lack of patience. There's this lack of patience even with the younger set of people, because if you realize some of them are undecided because they just don't have anything to relate to. And their impatience is higher. I can tell you, a young person now easily restriction vote to PNP. Once I'm show him anything that is enticing to help them, no. That is where our problem is.
You know, that is called secularism and consumerism. GG. It is an environment which suggests that is not through hard work that you accomplish.
Right.
It's not by making use of opportunities that you accomplish. It is through transactional living.
Living, right.
Yes.
And the younger generation is just simply like that.
Yeah.
The younger generation have gone through a privileged period, you know. Growing up, you know. We as parents have gone, and even my kids now, I surprised how me raise them. I mean, be disappointed. But guess what? Love sometimes take over. You know, the privileges. I don't know what it is like to. I know if it walk and take bus to school. My kids never walk a day in their life to school.
Look at that.
I mean, I have a 16-year-old. I mean, I have two 12-year-old. Me just put that into perspective. These are some of the things that we have done.
I think it is either foresight or projection.
GG. What are the GG? Where you say you have two 12-year-old them are twin?
Yeah, yes, my boss.
Okay.
who have made the point that GG, that leadership is also about how you take people along. And somehow I feel that you see what you have just shared. GG. I walked 4 miles to school when I was growing up every day, and I was never late. 4 miles, you know. My children, I took them to school and picked them up. But the connection with Jamaica, then, and to recognize, you know, in the Bible, sir, whenever the children of Israel accomplished something, they would make a monument. The monument was for the generation to be reminded of where you're coming from. And I don't think a lot of Jamaicans know where we are coming from. So to appreciate where you are, you have to understand where you're coming from.
Can we meet here or not? Here.
Yeah, you're definitely right about that, neighbor.
Pick it up, scratch it.
Yeah, you're most definitely right about that, neighbor. I remember I saw an interview with Shaquille O'Neal, and he was talking about his kids, and there was something he said that they wanted, and he said that his son or his daughter, they said that, but daddy, we are rich. And he said that, no, I am rich. You're not rich. You have to work. So I think that is a very good point. We have to know where I myself, neighbor, I never had the best life going to school. And I have seen my kids now so privileged where they have never taken a bus before to go to school or to come home in a bus. Yeah. And I remember I had to walk to bus stop and wait on bus, and you know. So we have to at some point in time we have to let our kids, this future generation know where the thing is coming from to where it is now.
Yeah, because you see this point that Gigi just made is a fundamentally serious point, you know, because you see when you have messages like time come for young people, they probably will interpret that to mean that they are to get it. No, that Mark X and that crown and that house, it is time come for you to get it, not understanding the process.
And that's why, neighbor, it is so good to let persons know that that's why we have to let persons know that the reason why we celebrate, some person might say the Prime Minister build a road or here coming to get water and the year we celebrate it and say, but that's the role of the government. It is because of where we know we are coming from. These basic amenities seems like it was hell to get these things back in the days. So we have to be appreciative of it right now and glorify it and say, yes, Mr. Prime Minister, you're doing something good. Because one time gone, it wasn't like this.
Yes, or the ability to create 150,000 jobs. That's not
monumental. That's monumental.
You just click your finger and happens.
23,000 new
you're
business
going to get
registered.
them to fear going back to the dark days under the PNP. If
Exactly, foresight.
about the disastrous past of the PNP. And that is one of the things that we have to do. I always maintain that we have to use a lot of comparison, because a lot of the youngsters know where we are now, and they are comparing that with a promised, a better promised future, rather than being able or being told what the past was, to be able to compare what used to happen in the past. When you tell them the past, they can now appreciate that what is going on now is much better than what it was before. But them not knowing how they're left in the dark. And a man comes and say, look here, these are hard times, right? And we're going to promise it shouldn't be like this, and we're going to give you, a better experience in the future. They buy into that, not knowing, say, it's coming from the same party that had a more disastrous past. They don't have a track record of providing anything near as good as what you're experiencing now. So why should you trust them?
Which is why I've been so impressed with people like yourself and Project in Jamaica. I see Churchill has joined us. Scratchy. Because we must, as part of the conversation over the next couple of weeks and months, Scratchy, Foresight, Protecting Jamaica, Carl, speak of where Jamaica is coming from. Yes, we must speak about it.
Neighbor, when I give my son $1,500 for his lunch money, and I tell him that, says $100 I used to get to go to school, him says lie.
Yes. Well, I got 20, sir.
50 cents, the money there. Right?
You gave you.
As for me, sometimes I don't get none.
These kids grow more privileged.
Yeah.
And that's
yes,
true.
yes.
Gigi's right.
And if I should say this, my mother made bami, and made lemonade, give us to carry for lunch. And if my listeners,
when I was in grade 11, it's $100 was my lunch money.
Yes.
And my son laughed.
I never finished less than third in any of my classes. Some lunchtime I had to go around the back under the tree to sit down and eat the lunch.
It's back in the days in a neighbor, we felt the sacrifices, right, of our parents. Nowadays, these children benefit from the sacrifices that we made for them.
That is why Gigi's point is so important, because you see this materialistic environment that we have created. You see this prosperity and this, sir. A lot of young ladies online right now are on Shein or Amazon, just putting things in their basket.
Right.
They're putting things in the basket, and they're calling some guy from all over the place to pay for that for them, and they go and pick it up. So we dreamt of these days.
Let me reiterate the point.
Good evening.
Yeah, let me just reiterate the point of appreciation of the struggle back then. I mean, me experiencing the and technically, if you guys take a look at that period, that was really the FinTech period,
Exactly.
Yes. So in a sense, I run it as a joke now to a lot of people. Say, boy, I had to change schools because I was FinTech.
Yes, when CEOs have to revert to becoming a taxi driver.
Yes, and I tell you now, the appreciation that I have now for the stability that Andrew keep on preaching. A young person will never understand that. When I cried like a baby. If you don't understand, me cried like a baby, a big, almost 16-year-old, cried like a baby when me have to change school.
All right. Good evening again.
Vibes, we are bringing you in. We are bringing you in soon. But Gigi,
okay.
do you do business in Jamaica?
Yeah, man, I have my own construction.
And before you come in, Vibe, because this is fascinating to me, You appreciate now the successes, the stability, be able to plan.
All right, so I've been around from a business perspective. I've been a mentor who have 2 successful business, and you understand now when him explain to you. When you go to the bank and you borrow money, you want to know, say, boy, you got your bed and the interest rate now going to change tomorrow, man. These were the horror stories people fear, Even that mentor had to sell off some things to survive, to have some of his other businesses survive.
And no new tax for 8 years.
It is an understatement. People don't understand. So when you even grow up now, I experience it as a school person. And it also, what people don't even realize, you know, policies like those really create or wipe out the middle class, you know, because what end up happening, you only have what you call the upper class and the poor. The middle class is wiped out.
The two Jamaicas. The two Jamaicas.
Yes,
Right.
yes, that's good.
So you end up having a wipeout of the whole. So yes, when Mark Golding come and up on a stage when them talk about Tapanaris, best believe in a boss. You have to take that with the truest sense of the word that him talk about Tapanaris, him and Tapanaris friend them, you know. It reflects back to the point that him and the rich people them are gonna keep the rest of people, Jamaican people, poor. And him and his friend them run the country and then just trickle down what them want to you and control you.
And exactly.
That is control at the highest
the
level.
whole system is designed to control you.
It's control
with bare minimum. Controlling you with bare minimum. So and they don't like this.
Not controlling you only with that, you know, the lack of education.
But Gigi, that set of people that Mark Golding represents, you know, right? Who is pushing up Mark Golding, you know. They don't like this new Jamaica, you know.
No.
We're the middle class. It's been elevated into the upper class.
No,
right?
And what is happening to some of the middle class or even the poor are transition to being rich and rubbing shoulders with them.
The poor is in transition, right?
Because what is given to them is our opportunities for them to enrich themselves. The poor, they are, you know, in a legitimate way.
That is why they don't understand that that threat to the status quo, and that is what this is about. Not by chance, why you see a Mark Golding, right? He's been placed now at the helm of the opposition, right? Because they are going for a reset. That's what this is about.
The oligarchy. The oligarchy is
exactly that's what he's representing.
Yeah,
well,
you know, sir, we had better educate our people and warn them about this type of despotic pursuit for power, because it has very, very serious consequences. You know, when you wipe out the middle class, you're really creating poor. The poor, and you create a society of poor and rich. Then the poor people are controlled by the rich, and then the multiplier effect is devastating. PG, stay where you are. You are an interesting guest, and we would love to.
Let me just add one more something.
Let vibes come in.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Evening. Me not really new to me follow heavily, right? So me really not new to your part, but Plank and Infomedia and the world, me always upon them heavy there. Seeing so me introduce myself. Western St. Thomas, Jebla Person. 1 St. Thomas. Alright. Me see something, me I'll scroll upon TikTok and see something where it amazed me. But me never see in a Jamaica history. Me don't know if you see it. You ever see an accident happen anywhere at all, and you have a response from the fire unit and the ambulance?
Really? That we don't have a
no, sir. I never see that in a Jamaica.
Well, I tell you, I see that, and I tell you, say it was. Yeah, I should stitch it. Me never see that happen.
Yes, you should have take some picture. You should have video it.
First standard, that brother.
Brother, me say the same time when the ambulance, the fire truck and the ambulance arrive, same time on the scene. Me never see that happen in Jamaica. A fire, me know that something happen.
Look here, and gentle people, Jamaica is going through a transition period, you know. It's just that period now that we need to stick with it. And not
see somebody else one love same side. A Portmore the accident happen. I never see something amaze me so yet.
Bro, that's why they don't want. Let me tell you something. They know that after the third term, they have no chance because the transformation in Jamaica is taking place so fast. So they are trying to use psychology, right, to deceive the people that nothing is happening. You
so
hear earlier.
Very good. So Gigi.
Yeah, man.
So what you have explored with us is that there is a lack of understanding and a lack of appreciation about where we are as a country.
Right.
And I want to say this, that I believe I have said this before, that I had a an appendicitis challenge year before last, and I was taken to the Spanish Town Hospital. And believe me, colleagues, people online, I could not believe the type of service that was afforded to me. And it's not that, it's not, and I never paid a single cent. Big up to the staff over there at the Spanish Town Hospital. I saw someone posting something that there was a time when scandal bag was what we used as aprons, eh?
Yeah, a particular
garbage bag. Garbage bag, no, that's scandal. Garbage bag.
Garbage bag.
Yeah,
you see,
from Portmore.
I think Protecting Jamaica is doing a fantastic job. You see history, sir. You see history. It is very, very important, and the political history of Jamaica must be spoken about more. It has to be contextualized, because if you don't get people to appreciate and understand where we were, they will never appreciate what it took for us to get where we are.
But I said this to also add to people. I am not one advocating for a one side government. It's important that we have a strong opposition too, because what you don't want, even us as JLP, we say Jamaica first, At the end of the day, the truth of the matter is that we want a viable opposition to come with something to the table that will enhance Jamaica. We can't afford to have an opposition.
Not for cut you, Gigi. But Gigi, not for cut you. I agree. So we need a good opposition, but not the PNP. PNP is destructive.
They have to find a way to reform it. I get into deal now.
Brother. Just give me a little, sorry for butting by your thing, but we need a good opposition, but not the PNP. The PNP is not good for Jamaica, not even as an opposition. It may sound tribal, it may sound fanatic. What is it true?
That's true, because what the PNP does is to attack everything good that the JLP is doing, not to see how they can do it better, or what.
And people, that is where I'm having a problem.
I wonder if the UIC is listening. Mr. Patterson could step up and take this role,
You know, that is what I'm trying to even say to you,
Mr. Patterson don't stand a chance.
We don't have a set of people, our opposition would even challenge the PM to some thinking behind. Because if you realize, Andrew, I can tell you, I was so impressed. My impression of Andrew since 2016 has grown exponentially, because if you realize, I want to lead somebody to something. He made a speech in the diaspora. If somebody can find it on YouTube, he went to the diaspora, and I think it was Florida. And the explanation he gave, and gave a little bit of the history coming up to now. Andrew has been very impressive in communicating certain things, but you see, one of the things the JLP need to understand, these are constant communication that needs to be out. He explained about history and slavery and why we have what we have, and he's explaining, and that forum itself made me understand now the economic push by him. Stability in economic. The reason why you need to push for the economic stability is in order so that you can help to do the other things. Funny enough, Seaga had mentioned it, You see that phrase what Seaga said, it takes cash to care? That's what he was alluding to, In order to help the people of this country, there's cash that you need to care. You can't do social programs with empty pocket. And God knows we need the social programs. We need it. You understand?
And again, Gigi, that's why when the Prime Minister had said that, I remember the Prime Minister did a presentation, and it struck me, when the Prime Minister said that persons were saying that the economy can nyam, and him say, yes, the economy can nyam.
Yes, because it look here, people don't understand this trickle-down effect, People have it said, boy, everybody must rich. Look here, Everybody can reach, and that's a fact.
But nobody has to be poor.
You don't necessarily have to be poor.
Bruce Golding said that.
And you have to understand this, for any habitable society to operate. And I want to take an example, Canada. Think about it. Why Canada is at the state of importing people, it's because everybody got so wealthy. The wealth was at one level. So guess what? You don't have a man to collect the garbage. You don't have a man to collect food. You don't have. You need, for any society to operate in a very habitable way, you need different strata of people in life. Economic strata, that's what I mean. Economic strata. Because if you don't have the man to pay the garbage, you're going to have a health risk. Right? But it doesn't necessarily mean that garbage man should be dirt poor. That he can't send him kids go to school, he can't have a roof over his head. These are stuff that people have to understand.
You're so right, Gigi.
Good day, gentlemen. Good day. I may jump in at this point. And I want us to go back to the term we used a while ago. I think Neighbor said it, and Gigi said it in so many words, that a lot of people do not appreciate what it requires and what is needed to govern a country. Jamaica, even today, Jamaica is so steeped in the hustle mentality, and they don't appreciate the institutions in government to run the country. So take, for example, people who were born after 2000, they are now 24, 25 in that age group. Yeah? You think them appreciate what it really takes to govern a country? You think them really get it?
Yeah, well, as I said, we alluded to that, the younger set of people don't have an appreciation for that.
Right. When you tell this story to your kid, that how much you used to get when you used to go to school, and sometimes you don't even have the money to go to school, they cannot appreciate that.
No.
Them say a liar tell. And so now we have a generation. That's why some people like Mark Golding can come and go on a stage and put chain on a black man. And gimmicks, them are come with. So when you talk about having a good opposition, yes, we need a good opposition. But we need that discussion in the wherever we are about what is important for this country.
Yeah, but
gone
the
gone
problem
are the days when we can have a good debate as to things like the policy, what's
That is
needed
true.
for the country,
That
that
is
kind
true.
of thing. You
That is
understand?
true.
We do not have that. A pure
No,
gimmicks
that is
we
so
get
true.
from the
because
opposition.
PNP style, the opposition style is not to
when-
present themselves as a better alternative.
When
It's to dumb down the
Mark
people and
Golding-
for what the good that is happening.
when Mark Golding gonna attack the prime minister and all kind of social, the civil society groups, when they come and they attack, when you hear they come and attack the commissioner of police, who is doing a great job, they don't appreciate what it takes to govern the country. So the gimmicks can't run it. We need a good opposition to present good ideas to the people to make their choices. And that's what we're not having that right now. That's why
Sorry,
cannot
Vibes.
go
Sorry,
anywhere.
Vibes.
That's a
Vibes.
very good point.
So Churchill foresight. For example, what is, and I see some Omalo on the back, what is the PNP's position or policy on health, on education?
No,
Could anybody tell us?
they don't campaign like that by presenting themselves as a better alternative. What they do, they throw cold water and everything within the country. So the PNP don't get you to vote for them. That's not the kind of campaigning that they do. They try to get you to vote against the government. So it's discrediting everything that the government does, rather than putting something forward, right, that is superior and better than what the government is doing. right? So because of that, they get you to hate the good that is happening, right? And entice, with gimmicks. And that's why yesterday keeping these all about dances and excitement and so the people remain dumb and stage shows and all of that, right? It's not presenting an alternative to impress people and say, okay, JLP are going good enough, but what PNP look like them have something better over there. That's not how they campaign. They distract you from what is going on. Don't present a better alternative, right? Distract you and get you to now get caught up and look at the excitement and the hype and the propaganda and all of that. So that is why I think it was Gigi was saying, or Carl was saying that it is not, the PNP is not the kind of opposition that we need. And that is true, because you can't have an opposition where everything good are happening in the country. You get the people them to hate the good and love the gimmicks. That kind of not uplift us as a people.
Let's listen to Holness for a minute.
So that the stipend for our overseas students can be paid. So I didn't go into politics to just, be able to brag that we are the fastest people in the world. Or we have reggae music. That's not why I went into politics. I went into politics because I saw that Jamaicans were not prepared to make the connection between their wishes and their wherewithal. We all want these great things, but we don't want to make the connection between the things we want and what we must do. And so there needs to be a politics that helps the people of the country to understand that all the things that we're frustrated about and all the things that we want can be achieved if we build the wherewithal to do it in our economy. That has been a challenge for us to focus on building the economy. And let me give you an example that some of you in this room may be able to relate to, and some of you would probably look it up in history. I think our politicians always have a good intention to correct the inequities of the past. And of course, one such good intention was that we should be able to provide free education. And it is reported in several places that one prime minister stood up in parliament and announced that we will have free education. There was no budget, no preparation. It was just announced. Good intention. There was another program called Operation Pride. Good intention. We're going to develop lands and make them available at affordable and achievable costs to people. And some of you who are of my time and older would know that program. So, we've always had this intention to do good for our people. But we really never focused and building the economy to do. It reached a point in our history, and I was there to see it firsthand, when there was a great deal of complaint about road conditions in Jamaica. Quite like now. And the solution of the government at the time was to do something called deferred financing. I don't know how many of you recall that deferred financing scandal that occurred in the 90s. And all that was that the government wanted to build roads, didn't have the money, and essentially said to contractors, all right, you go ahead and build the road, and future financial year, I'll pay you. It was essentially a way of incurring debt without bringing it onto the books right away. And that mentality.
We stop it there. But Gigi, this is the speech you were talking about?
No, not necessarily that speech. That is a recent one, but the diaspora speech. He has that in Florida. But it's essentially the same message he has been trying to carry.
Wishes, but we don't have the wherewithal, eh?
And that is what I'm trying to explain. People want everything, but you have to understand there has to be stability. You have to get people working. You have to have the economy turn into a point that, guess what? You have enough tax can pay your recurring expenses, but you also have the taxes that can do the building of the bridges and the new development and the hospitals, this and the free education. The people have to understand that. Why the government has not been able to or add new taxes within it, it's simply that, if you were to take a look at a debate that Audley Shaw and Omar Davis had it was leading up to the 2007 election? And was it? Yeah, that was Audley Shaw and Omar Davis, right?
Yes.
So there was a debate. If you go back and look at that debate, it shows you in that debate that PNP do not have an understanding of doing simply that. Because if the question was posed how they're going to do this 1.6 and 1 point, Audley Shaw simply said, we're going to put the people to work.
Yeah, they don't know that. Remember Omar Davis said it was
Davis, no, more
you only beg or borrow.
The more profound response, the more profound thing in that debate is when Omar tried to rebut. Him said he can't see nothing more than a big debt and more taxes on the people. That was his response.
Yes.
They do not understand it. I hear somebody make a comment about, oh, you're talking about new taxes, but it's $30 billion added on the back of the people. It's simple mathematics. If you have 5 people working, you collect X amount of tax. If you have 10, you have X plus them 5 there.
Well, it's not even tax because they only pay statutory. A lot of people pay statutory, but in terms of the consumption tax.
What I'm talking about, is the volume of people now you increase. So the government naturally will collect more taxes, more revenue. Exactly. All right, let me not use it, new tax, more taxes, more revenue.
Yes.
It's just a simple analogy of mathematics, and I'm telling you they use it as an argumentative point to say.
So the best way to grow.
It is a point. It is
the best way to grow then Gigi is to increase economic opportunities through jobs
and productivity.
With the new economic activity, this simple people cause all call centers. People cause all always inferior jobs. In call centers was never made to be a career path,
Yes,
exactly. Always looked at as a stepping stone for any young person who leaves school can elevate themselves, who is ambitious enough.
A start. Yeah, get a start.
everybody come and criticize it like them expect people to come and offer them this degree type salary.
Neighbor,
you're making a phone call to people. That's all you're doing.
There's a thinking among our people that you can skip the process and still get the desired outcome.
It comes back to the same thing when we talk about the young people being impatient. They do not understand.
Yeah, man, and I'm agreeing with you, Gigi. And the Prime Minister has been on a mission to challenge that thinking, to dismantle that thinking. That's why you see he's making the link between the growth of the economy, right, and getting the things that that we desire.
But Foresight, he needs help.
I believe so too. He needs help.
And I don't know, and I don't hear it coming from.
No, he doesn't have the help of the mainstream media. So it's just programs like.
It's not even the mainstream media, you know.
It's just programs like
what I'm sad about. I'm sad that Nigel Clark is not here because I can tell you he would be a perfect person to explain or help to explain these simple things. I was so impressed with Nigel Clark. You see, after time first budget debate, the man became a monster in presentation.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna miss him for this budget debate.
Miss him, man.
Yeah, man.
You see, me worried about this budget and Flavor, you know, because I believe they're going to rip her apart, and that is my problem. I have a worry or a concern because I don't think she's not assertive enough.
True.
She doesn't sound like she knows what she's talking about, but she may know what she's talking about.
Don't underestimate
Gigi,
yes,
I wouldn't say that because maybe maybe we want her to be more aggressive.
No, man. There's a difference.
I see her as a humble giant.
No, hold on. There's a difference between aggressive and assertive.
Yeah.
Assertive is when you speak, nobody people listen to challenge you. There's a difference between aggression and assertive.
So,
Gigi, the best part of the debate, is when the finance minister closes the debate,
Brilliant. And
because what you have to do is make sure that you are able to pick apart what you hear, the counterpoints, and then at the end of the day, you are able to clear up everything.
Brilliant. So, and Nigel Clark has been a monster. You watching the last couple of debates, he ripped Mark Olin apart, ripping.
Yeah, red card.
They couldn't stand up to Nigel Clark, man. They couldn't stand up to Nigel Clark, trust me.
That is true. I mean,
he was a monster.
And guys, when the man come in, because I remember Peter Bounty having about the black royalty, like he make gimmicks off of the man, and today all of them have to eat them words. But it is what it is. So I'm not worried too. I kind of worry away like you worry, Gigi. But all we need to do is show our support against our finance minister at this time.
Here is where I think she will shine. Because you see, when you go into a match with low expectations, when you overperform, everybody's going to say, boy, you were brilliant.
But I went through something in the sport, gentlemen.
Even though she don't present an actual budget yet, but I don't hear nobody really a challenge her up to now still, even though she young in the job.
Carl.
Yeah.
I've seen one and two clips where some discussions were taking place. And why I formed the opinion that I formed is because of her response or how she responded. It's not even what she said, it's even how the demeanor.
You sound convincing.
Yeah, you don't sound convincing.
Yeah, and that is it, Mama said this to us again. When this lady, they just are coming up politics. I remember I go to our area council meeting one Sunday and see this lady in a 2016 come up in her heels, like she had come from church. I said to myself, where is somebody go? In my own way, I said, where is somebody go in her heels? And the way I should talk, the way I should come across, but trust me, I never believe that lady that win the seat there because that seat where she in is a marginal seat. And she went on for winning twice. And I'll go for her third term now.
Yeah,
you know, so really, while we may have like a concern, make we get a little strength. And see where she make out.
Look here. I think Nigel Clark has set the bar very high. And
Very high.
that we are judge her off.
Yes.
That's part of it. And also, I saw the same performance in Parliament when she was challenged.
Right.
It wasn't very assertive. But, you know, I believe the substance in the budget will do her justice. So that's what I'm hoping for. I think we're going to have a good budget. And I think she will win the day.
But can I throw something in the spokes here, gentle people? I don't know who have direct.
You broke up the bicycle, man. You're broken up the bicycle.
So, don't know who have direct information can give the JLP hierarchy to prepare themselves for the budget debate, or not even the budget debate, the PNP manifesto, including the $3 million as a part of the manifesto, as a part of their manifesto.
Part of your $3 million threshold?
Yes.
For PNP manifesto?
Yes.
No, well, if them all come with that, you know, them have to tell you how that I go fund, you know.
No, but
because look here, analysis have to be done, you know.
All right, remember I was saying that earlier.
Carl,
yes, sir.
Carl, I'm saying this to you. They have been doing it all along. They throw things in dirt in the water just to muddy it.
But GG, we will not allow them to get away with it.
Psychology.
We not going to allow them to get away with it. Because remember, I know Foresight and others. Them come with 2 million. And without any analysis. And when we say 1.7, them they say when Nigel, when them say 2 million, and we come with 1.7. Up to now, nobody no challenge it, you know. I say we could have do more, you know. Up to now, not one of them.
Yeah, but
so
Carl,
this $3 million argument, Carl, them have to tell you how them are going to fund it.
know that, you know. But as we're saying now, is a psychological, you know, PNP already.
Right.
It's a psychological effect. It's not about what it is. It's what it looks like and what it sounds like to people.
Well, I know, Carl.
And PNP is good at that.
Carl,
yeah, but
we know
that is why we, meaning Jamaican people and us as bloggers, have to pressure them for them put out their manifesto before the election announced. So that we see what they make out of.
Intelligence of Jamaican people like that in a call.
No, I know that's in a foresight, but we have a part for play now. And so far, I even hear some of them own blogger, people like the same you Richard and the PNP need to put out their manifesto. So we need, as bloggers and as supporters of JLP, to make the voice get louder. Because we need for critique, for study where them are come with, so that we can debunk it in a reasonable and a timely manner.
Their manifesto is there to give them some is new life. They are looking from this manifesto because they realize what is happening. They're not getting traction. They're probably calling for plans. Right, so they are coming out with a manifesto now. Hope that will give them some, you know,
yes, true,
some renewed energy.
True,
right? Look here, but Foresight, their manifesto will be the same old gimmick.
Yes, I don't see them come with that 3.3 million.
When Michael Manley,
okay, all right.
Look here, when Michael Manley proposed free education up to the tertiary level, he didn't do any homework on it. He didn't do any good. You know, understand the country can afford that. About winning elections. It's the same way. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Are the same gimmicks I'm gonna come with. Because if they're going to propose a 3 million threshold, you have to show where you're gonna get it from.
Where to come from?
So a gimmicks them are gonna come with, them are gonna fill it up with a lot of gimmicks to catch people's eye. Yeah? But when you do the analysis of it, they cannot account for it. So me not put any hopes that them are gonna come with any real credible but manifesto. I don't believe it.
Yeah, but Forsyth and Churchill, where you have to understand, the PNP can't come with any argument, Them can't come and say them I will get everybody $1 million every day. But guess what? It open for scrutiny. Oh, where you going to get the money for do that?
So
we understand how the PNP work. I mean, understand when Forsyth I say, how a GG I say, fine. But then I'm going to get through with it. So we're not going to allow them to just say, okay, 3 pints at the threshold are going to be 3 million now. And we just allow them something.
Anything you see the PNP come out and accuse the JLP of doing, chances are they are either going to do it or they are doing it. Just like when you Philip Powell come out and say, right, look out for a lot of promises in the manifesto, right? Right? Look out for a lot of promises. It means that that's what the PNP is planning to do. PNP always divert attention away from
But Forsyth, I want to really ask you this. Apart from maybe 2016, you ever really see a manifesto make a government win or lose?
1.5.
The 1.5.
Only, and that's what I said. The only 2000. The time is 2016. Yeah, apart from the time, you ever see a government really win by manifesto?
We don't know that, Carl, because no pollster so far has gone into the field and have posed any question to anyone to ask. Was it by the chance of the PMP's or JLP's manifesto why you voted in the last election? Nobody ever asked that question. So
I can't recall anything that has stood out as much as the $1.5 million from a manifesto. But that is beside the point, Carl, because since that 1.5, the PNP would have known how powerful that 1.5 was.
Is right.
So
that is my concern,
Exactly. So them are gonna jump on anything now.
But in terms of a policy, though, Forsyth, that really is a Labour Party policy.
Yeah.
Which he said could not work at the time.
Yeah.
So how are they going to now come and adopt this?
So we can always come with the argument.
Mark Golding stated that that Andrew, right, should raise the threshold to 3 million. So if
him said 2.
No man, 3 million
Him said 3?
Yes. So if you say that,
3 million,
how can you get away now with
in
not
recent
putting
time
that in your manifesto? If you think that the threshold should be $3 million, right? You can't come out with a manifesto and offer anything less than 3. You'll be flip-flopping.
Exactly.
Remember, that is your proposal,
Okay,
right.
Yes, sir.
Mark Golding is known to flip-flopping. That's one of his main criteria. One of his main attributes is flip-flopping.
Remember, say PNP now have no problem taxing people for fun.
Just to show you how powerful the policy is, of 1.5 has even converted PNP to that policy.
Good evening, guys. Good evening. Good evening, Eva.
Yeah, hold on.
DJ, hold on to you.
Hold on.
DJ.
So what I'm trying to put forward to you, the power of that policy of 1.5 has even converted the PNP to adopt that policy. Because remember the policy in the beginning say can't work. Remember they said that?
Yes.
It has even converted them. That is how powerful the policy is. So guess what happened now? All them have to do
popular.
Yes. All them have to come and say 3 million. And it does.
Yeah, but again, guys, if the PNP are come with that, them can't come with it as say it will happen one time. Them have to come with a policy if we say we're going to phase it in.
No,
but
the PNP are not credible. They will do anything. What them think can attract people.
Because it's something
about being quite critique.
PNP don't care about feasibility.
Carl, they have demonstrated year on year, just as we're foresighted. Feasibility don't matter to them. The winning election is what is critical to them.
Exactly.
Right? And guess what? Crawford, Wolan, they did mention it, They did mention that they're not releasing the manifesto until election is. It is 25 days. You will have 25 days before the election. And it is going to dominate. Anytime they come with that, it's going to dominate those 25 days. And that is where you might have some people switching.
No, but I think they're releasing it before, man. The next week or so, then someone release the manifesto or something.
No, sir. They don't believe
No,
that.
they're not released that yet, man.
No, they're planning to release a manifesto soon.
They're not wait till election call foresight. They're not released that before election.
They're not released that.
You know, GG, you're making a very good point. Because they want to put it out there if you want to criticize them and that policy. And we cannot be on the defense with that.
No.
Right? So, as much as it may be a gimmicks, when them put it out,
right,
it's something we're going to have to deal with in the proper way.
And that is what I'm saying. We have to. I want somebody to get to the hierarchy. We tell them to plan for it.
Neighbor,
I don't think them are coming a $3 million threshold.
Mr. Neighbor,
No, I can't see them come with that.
Trust me. Guys, you're not understanding.
Holding set to the government. Well, I know. Why should we say to the government that the threshold should be raised to $3 million, right?
We can sit here
and then come and offer anything less.
Okay.
Yeah, but do you guys remember Dr. Nigel Clark rebuttal to that $3 million proposal?
Yeah, yes. Jackie, you have to remember, it's an election year, boss.
Yes.
These people will do and say anything, boss.
But the government will come and rebuke it and tell you that the threshold we're rising to $3 million, it's going to benefit less than 10,000 people.
About it when we're not feasible.
Crappy.
Especially coming from the PNP, but that's not what we're talking about, brother. We have said they will promise anything.
Crappy. If you realize,
anything that is enticing to the electorate.
If you realize the strategy of the PNP is to burn down everything in the house and then rule over the house.
Well, them can't promise anything, guys. But just remember, we are going critique it, we are going question it. So them have to tell me how it is going to fund.
And one thing we know for sure, right now they are hooked up in some meeting trying to cook up something big to come with.
That is what, since the polls, you hear them quiet?
Yes, them hook up in some meeting, them want to try.
Foresight.
Is this strategy them a try build up now?
Foresight.
I hear that they have a lot of economists and this and that who's gathered trying to come up with something. A lot of economists and others gathered trying to come up with something.
Somebody might have echo.
Yeah, we have a feedback. Scratchy looking for yearns.
A foresight.
Scratchy, me personally, me not think so we need to raise the threshold. That's me personally. Because if we're going to raise the threshold, it now benefit a lot of people. If say I think the last one cost $9 billion. Why not just use a $9 billion there and make more when social housing house. And the housing are going to benefit more people. So me personally, me think we do enough, maybe next budget after this, we can increase. But me personally, would do it cost at least $10 billion.
They're coming with something big. They're coming with something big about JPS.
That's not Scratchy. If you never know, the Prime Minister going to come with something big to the social. He's going to add a next layer to the social housing.
I don't know why we're so worried, guys. Because anything the PNP come with, we are confident. Said this JLP leader and this JLP government can match it and can deal with it. I have all the confidence. So my government can deal with it. I am not afraid.
I share your sentiments, Carl.
No, I know our budget will be. I know we will have a lot of rules. We know that, so we will have some attractive things in our budget. But I'm just saying the PNP is going to come with a whole lot of promises, right? Because they already anticipate that a very. You hear Philip already came out and talk about there will be a lot of promises in the budget. So them are going to try to match that.
They're gonna come.
They won't be as responsible as our government.
They're gonna come with gimmicks. The point though is that when they come with a threshold of 3 million, it's because they know that policy is successful and they will come with that gimmicks, whether they mean it or not. The other thing is when Mark Golden talked about we're reducing the debt too fast. We should give, more of that money to people and pay down less on the debt.
Spend more on social programs.
Right. I think they're gonna come with something like that. We got to look out for it and be prepared.
Yeah,
Churchill, in an environment where there is a challenge with cost of living, it may be an attractive
our
argument.
budget will be focused on solutions for cost of living.
Yeah,
Our
but
budget will revolve around-
before side, that's what the budget had got sent around. The Prime Minister said it before.
Yeah, the
he
Prime
said-
Minister said that. That's
Even-
our budget.
Yeah, even when it was endorsed in Samuda at the by-election, him say it. He might go come out to a program like that, and that's gonna be the catch at the budget. So he is coming with something like that. Can him say people be able to afford the basic needs. Towel, when you toothpaste, them basic. So he's me think he's gonna come out with a program like that. So
I think Montague had alluded to it at the conference. If you notice the term that he used, it is people's term.
I don't like that term. So the second term was whose term?
Term, exactly. I don't like it either.
People's term?
No, they said that the first term and second term was fixing the economy.
The argument there, the argument about the term is to the people's term is a PNP argument back in the 90s with PJ. I don't like that.
What they meant was
I don't like it either.
No, what they meant was that they use the first two terms. Remember that the persons were saying that they are not feeling.
We know all of that in Churchill, my brother. We know all of that meant. But
remember persons.
Yeah, but the PNP are going to spin it.
So
yeah,
remember
but
Foresight and Carl, remember persons were saying they are not feeling the effect of what is going on. The common man is not feeling it. So the Prime Minister had said that first two terms was fixing the economy. The third term is the people's term.
Okay.
I think it's a poor way to respond to it, though.
Churchill, I am saying to you that term used during the 90s, leading up to the 2000 election, the PNP used that already. For say the next term was the people's term.
Scratchy.
And people run them over the argument there.
Carl, that's Scratchy, not Churchill. That's Scratchy.
Scratchy.
Yeah.
Scratchy, you see, after this budget, PNP, there's no coming back for PNP. No matter what kind of promise they come with, but they're not going to come back because the budget, after them goodies they roll out and people start get the effects and people start get the benefits. Me not see no coming back after them, I swear, honestly. And if it's some good benefit like the reverse income tax and maybe more housing and then some of them people feel it. Honestly,
I think the JLP have the advantage of credibility and track record. Right? So I think
we have to remember now the incumbent,
the purse strings, they are the ones that know what funding is available. And they must have been projecting and planning for this.
Exactly. And because
I think the PNP is waiting on the budget before they release any form of plans or anything. They want to see what the government is offering first.
Because Scratchy, right? Suppose the Prime Minister come and say, all right, then we're gonna give one-off give back of 100,000. Tell me what people and people feel it before election and them a benefit. Tell me what PNP can come for counter that. You see no code, they can't counter that. Exactly. So that's what I say. So we have to come with something good and not them half on their feet. Because honestly, because people are gonna get it already, they're gonna feel the effect.
Guys, you know where I think our government are come with? They're so away, but trust me, we are coming with something big where university is concerned.
Yes, Carl, let me tell you what he's going to do with the university now.
Free education for first and last year.
No, I think they're going to put housing now into student loan.
Yes, that's something they talked about.
I think they're going to twin housing into student loan because a lot of university students say that they cannot afford housing even when they get the student loan. So I think they're going to put housing and books or booklets or something within the student loan.
And there will be something for housing too, general housing for people.
Yeah, they normally touch NHD. Every year the budget touch something about
home
NHD.
ownership is going to be.
But one of the things Jamaica lacking right now is a highly skilled workforce. So I think they're gonna have to prime that a little bit more, encourage and some incentive, for more people to get highly trained skills
That is where STEM come in on my boss.
The country is short of highly skilled workers, you know.
STEM the thing about it, the STEM program should help with that is concerned.
No,
they're
talking
in the
about
process
STEM.
of building 6 STEM schools right now.
Yeah, that the STEM will take care of certain.
STEM is not going
to. The Prime Minister says several. I think this week him said that last week. So I guess him change it now. It's going to be self